So welcome all. Tonight is the Environmental Protection Committee meeting for Community Board 1. I'm Alice Blank, the chair of the committee, and I'm joined by Wendy Chapman, the co-chair, and Diana Sweetie, the director of planning, and it looks like about 60 other folks here tonight. We have many presenters. Well, so the number one item on the agenda is the 250 Water Street Brownfield Cleanup Program Remedial Action Work Plan Review. There will be a presentation by the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, DEC, and Langen Engineering, followed by Lower Manhattan Coastal Resiliency Review on the Battery Wharf project. So in beginning with 250 Water Street, first I just want to make a thank you to everyone that is coming out today to do this presentation. And I also want to thank the Seaport Coalition, including Children First, Save Our Seaport, Southbridge Towers, for their extraordinary work on reviewing many of the program materials about the Brownfield Cleanup Program. So I think we're going to begin. Well, there are many, many people, and I'm not sure, Diana, do we have a slide of all the presenters, or should I just quickly
I wasn't able to put them on a slide, but I will post them in a chat momentarily to everybody.
So we have many people from the DEC, New York State, DOH, Department of Health, Langen represented, Howard Hughes represented, and our environmental consultant from Extel, Laura Dodge, will review this along with the Seaport Coalition consultant, Mr. Keith Brodak. So a lot of people here, and then we will open up to the public. So I think we're going to start, if I'm not mistaken, with Mimi Breyer-Goretzky. I'm sorry, I never get your name perfectly right. I think you're going to kick this off. Is that right?
Actually, Heidi, I believe is, but I'll go ahead and start sharing and we'll get the cover slide up on the screen.
Thanks very much.
All right, let me do this. Okay, and everybody sees the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect. Good evening, everybody. My name is Heidi Brodak. I'm with New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, Division of Environmental Remediation. I am the section chief on the 250 Water Street BCP project. This evening, Langen Engineering, representing the Brownfield Cleanup Program applicant, Howard Hughes, is going to be presenting the draft remedial action work plan that is currently out for public comment. After the presentation, we have DEC, New York State Department of Health, is also participating this evening, and we're here to answer questions. Mimi, back to you.
Thank you very much, Heidi. All right, let me take one step back. Okay, so my name is Mimi Breyer-Goretzky. I am a principal at Langen Engineering. I'm responsible for the environmental practice for Langen in New York. And I have been involved in the 250 Water Street project since about 2005. And I'm going to take everybody through a factual overview of the content of the draft remedial action work plan, which is currently available for public comment under the Brownfield Cleanup Program. So first, this slide, which many of you who have heard me speak to the community board before are probably familiar with, it presents an overview of the Brownfield Cleanup Program process. All of the steps leading up to the green line are steps that relate to site investigation, and all of the steps beyond the green line are steps that relate to site remediation. As you can see, it is quite a robust program with many steps involved. What we've done with this slide, as we've done on previous presentations, is we've placed a box highlighting where we are in the process. So we have completed the remedial investigation, and the goal and objective of a remedial investigation is to delineate the nature and extent of contamination on a brownfield site and also generate a data set that is sufficient to allow for remedial action alternatives to be developed and analyzed. So that process is complete. We have also begun evaluating, developing and evaluating remedial alternatives for the cleanup of the 250 Water Street site. And we have prepared a draft remedial action work plan, which is, as I mentioned, currently available for public review. At the request of the community, the DEC has elected to host a public meeting, and that is why we are all here today.
Maybe just a quick note. I think we're not seeing the full slide. We're just seeing
Okay, I think I'm
2
sharing the
slides.
wrong
I think you
screen.
need to just.
Thanks for that. Let's try this again. Now, do you see the full screen?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so as I mentioned to you, the remedial investigation is complete at this time. The remedial investigation has identified 4 areas of concern on the 250 Water Street site, and I'll step through each one quickly. It is helpful to know that the remedial investigation included a geophysical survey across the entirety of the site to identify buried structures. It included 29 soil borings and collection of over 100 soil samples. It included collection of 16 mercury delineation borings and analysis of 136 samples for mercury. And it also included 11 monitoring wells and 11 groundwater samples and 17 soil vapor points and 17 soil vapor samples. So it was quite robust. As I mentioned, 4 areas of concern. The first is historic fill material. This material was placed on the site prior to previous development at the site. Historic fill was identified across the entirety of the site to depths of about 17 feet below grade across the site. The historic fill was found to contain semi-volatile organic compounds, PCBs, pesticides, and metals. The next area of concern is mercury impacted soil from a historical thermometer factory and workshops. Mercury concentrations were found to be the highest in and around the former thermometer factory, which was located at 302 Pearl Street. So I'll go ahead and switch to this. 302 Pearl Street is just south of boring SB 39. A couple of things that are notable: when we performed the remedial investigation, we did not identify mercury vapor on the site. Mercury was also not identified in groundwater. And then the last fact pertaining to the mercury findings are that select samples were speciated for mercury, and of those samples, the average elemental mercury concentration was about 10%. Also, we identified petroleum-related impacts. Those were identified in 2 areas of the site. In the southeastern portion of the site, where you see kind of a gray-blue color, those are attributed to a potential underground storage tank that we believe is located proximate to the Peck Slip sidewalk, and also to an open petroleum spill that was reported based on petroleum impacts identified in that area. We also identified petroleum impacts in the northeastern portion of the site. Those are attributed to historical site use. And we identified a couple of areas with PCB impacts. One is located on the western portion of the site, and the other is located in the northeastern portion of the site and the PCBs are commingled with petroleum in that northeastern area. So we have, as I mentioned, prepared a draft remedial action work plan. The RAP, as we call it a RAP, remedial action work plan, it identifies and evaluates remedial action alternatives and presents the recommended remedy based on the remedial investigation results. It really serves to develop and evaluate remedies to clean up the site based on the findings of the remedial investigation. Now we'll dive into an overview of the remedial action that is proposed for this project. The remedy includes a number of steps. The first is a remedial design investigation, which includes data collection to inform soil and groundwater disposal, and an air quality investigation to inform air monitoring and mitigation practices that will be implemented during the implementation of the remedial action. The remedy also includes excavation of soil exceeding restricted residential cleanup objectives across the site to about 15 to 18 feet below grade. It also includes remediation of groundwater on the site and institutional controls. Institutional controls at this site may include a site management plan, which would provide protocols to be implemented in the event that residual contamination remains at the site. And it would include provisions to restrict vegetable gardening or farming, restrictions on use of groundwater, and limitations on site use. Now, the remedial design investigation. This will be performed, as I mentioned, to further inform the content, really the specifics of the remedy. Before the remedial design investigation is implemented, Langen will submit an RDI work plan for DEC and DOH to review and improve. The RDI is likely to include soil borings and sampling to obtain disposal facility approval for soils that will be excavated from across the site. It will include groundwater sampling to characterize groundwater that will be dewatered, treated, and discharged as part of the site remedy. And it will include an air quality evaluation consisting of test pitting in mercury impacted soil to evaluate the potential for mercury vapor in ambient air during the remedial excavation. Prior to mobilizing for the remedy for the site, there will be construction fencing that will be erected on the site. There will be erosion and sediment controls that will be in place, and those will be in place to control any migration of sediment from the site to offsite locations. There will also be air monitoring for odor, dust, and vapor, and controls in the event that any threshold exceedances of any of those compounds are detected during community air monitoring. And the site will also include a stabilized construction entrance and exit to control and limit access to the site, and also to allow for trucks to be evaluated for any debris that might adhere to the trucks or undercarriages, and for those trucks to be cleaned before they leave the site. Also, in order to enable excavation to depths of 17 or 18 feet below grade, supportive excavation will be installed around the entirety of the site perimeter. The remedial action plan, the remedial action, will be implemented really in two steps. The first step will include the excavation and offsite disposal of mercury impacted soil. This figure depicts the location where that excavation will occur. The different colors correspond to different depths of excavation of mercury impacted soil. The depths of excavation will range from about 4 feet below grade to about 16 feet below grade. Following the mercury impacted soil removal, there will be site-wide excavation to between 15 to 18 feet below grade, and 15 feet is depicted in gray, 16 to 18 feet is depicted in that salmon color or peach color. The remedial action will also include underground storage tank removal and groundwater remediation. Once the remedial excavation is complete, a total of 54 confirmation samples will be collected from the base of the remedial investigation. These endpoint samples will be collected to evaluate whether the soil cleanup objectives for the proposed remedy have been met and whether any source areas remain on the site. The remedial action work plan, the draft remedial action work plan, also contains a number of ancillary plans that are part of the document. These include a construction health and safety plan, and that has been developed to protect on-site workers from accidents and exposures from the identified contaminated media. It includes a community air monitoring plan, which includes real-time monitoring for dust, volatile organic compounds, and mercury vapor to provide a measure of protection to the community. It includes a quality assurance project plan, which describes quality components of the proposed remedy, a soil fill management plan, which describes the approach to management, disposal, and import of soil and fill on the site, and erosion and sediment control plans. That document describes best management practices to control sediment and erosion on a remediation site. Here's some examples of some of the measures and protocols that are prescribed in the soil fill management plan. The plan calls for soil screening during site excavation and loading of trucks. It also includes some protocols and best management practices on stockpile generation and management. It provides provisions for soil characterization, transportation, and off-site disposal, as well as provisions for soil import and backfilling. The soil fill management plan prescribes truck controls and routes that include tarping, as you can see in the lower left figure, as well as monitoring truck tires and undercarriages and potentially cleaning trucks if any soils are found to adhere to the trucks before they leave the site. And it also includes groundwater and stormwater management. There's a vapor, odor, and dust and nuisance control plan. This is part of the remedial action plan and also part of the construction health and safety plan. This plan prescribes use of vapors and odor suppressing foams and sprays as needed. Dust suppression and examples of that include wetting of soil and or a misting system. It provides provisions for construction of a stabilized construction entrance for trucks entering and leaving the site. It calls for minimization of stockpiles and direct loading of trucks. Those two kind of go hand in hand. If there are stockpiles, they will be covered. And it also prescribes that noise should be controlled in accordance with New York City Department of Environmental Protection requirements. As I mentioned, during soil excavation, the RAP currently calls for, the draft RAP currently calls for implementation of a community air monitoring plan. The plan that's prescribed in the remedial action work plan is the same camp that was implemented during the remedial investigation. It includes 6 perimeter camp stations, and you can see where those are may generally be located. They will be shifted depending on wind conditions and prevailing wind direction. On the right-hand side of the figure, you can see what a camp station looks like. It is essentially a container that is at about breathing height, and it will contain 3 instruments inside of it. The first is a photoionization detector, which is capable of monitoring total volatile organic compounds. The second is a dust track or equivalent monitor that is capable of monitoring dust or particulates. And the third is a mercury vapor monitor that is capable of monitoring mercury vapor. Here's a look inside of a box, inside of one of these penguin boxes. In the box on the left, you can see there is a dust track and a mini ray and a battery. All of these are hooked up to a telemetry unit that will allow for automatic notifications when detected concentrations of mercury, detected 15-minute averages of mercury vapor, total volatile organic compounds, or particulates exceed the thresholds that were established in the community air monitoring plan. The camp also calls for a dedicated camp personnel. This will be one mobile field person who will use a handheld Jerome J505 mercury vapor analyzer. The person will move around the site in order to accomplish the following: monitoring between the work zone and the perimeter of the site, monitoring ambient air conditions and proactively mitigating. And these are real-time readings that the Jerome 505 is capable of, not 15-minute averages. The mobile field person will serve to identify any sources of mercury vapor. That person can also use the handheld Jerome 505 to confirm camp readings. And that person allows for increased mobility and adaptability of the camp. Finally, at the completion of the remedial action, a few documents will be prepared. The first is a final engineering report. That is a document that will detail all of the work that is completed under the remedial action work plan. The second is a site management plan, and this document would be prepared in the event that residual contamination remains at the site. And the last is an environmental easement that will call for various institutional controls that I summarized at the start of this talk, as well as require that the site management plan be implemented if a capping system on the site is ever breached. Now, throughout the remedial action, we will continue to engage the community. First, with daily reports. Those will present camp results and they'll be posted on our website, which is listed here. We will also be submitting 3 fact sheets to the community during the process. One is a construction notice fact sheet. The second is an engineering report fact sheet. And the third is an institutional and engineering control fact sheet. As far as schedule goes, the schedule is not set in stone. The best informed estimate that we have at this time is that the remedial action approval, we anticipate that it will come before the end of this calendar year in 2021. We anticipate that the remedial design investigation will be performed after the RAP is approved and after the remedial design investigation work plan is approved. And that exact month is unknown. The remedial action, we anticipate that it will start in 2022, and the estimated duration of the remedial action is about 10 months. And that actually concludes my presentation. We're on the Q&A page, which I will get to in 1 second. And then DEC will field and DOH will field some questions on the project.
Thanks very much, Mimi. That's very helpful. I think we're going to open this up first for questions and comments by our community consultant from Excel, Laura Dodge. So, Laura, are you with us?
Yes,
Great.
it's actually working.
Oh,
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Mimi. That was really helpful and very well done. I wanted to just bring up a few things to clarify the approach that's being proposed. My understanding from looking at from review of the work plan is that your objective is to minimize stockpiling of the mercury impacted soil to the extent humanly possible. That's one of the objectives in doing the remedial design investigation, right, is to get pre-approval for disposal so that you can live load the trucks as the excavation's proceeding and minimize the amount of handling. Obviously, one of the major concerns that the community has is the mercury, not vapor, but also dust and any exposure to soil that's coming out during the remediation. So I think, you know, we understand that you can't commit to 100% getting pre-approval, but it would seem that it would be pretty reasonable to assume that that's going to be the priority and that you're going to be focusing on handling of that soil in a manner that's going to minimize exposure. So related to that, I guess, is the concern that you made a comment that there were no mercury vapor concentrations reported on site, but during the remedial investigation work plan implementation, during the RI implementation, there were screening of cores that were taken out of the former thermometer factory area by the sampler that actually did record measures of mercury vapor above the 1 microgram per cubic meter action level. And then there were also no test pits done during the RI because the discussions that we had after the RI was in progress was rather than proceeding with test pits while school was still in session, because the RI was starting to was winding down just as school was starting up, that the test pits would be done as a pre-design or remedial design activity, which is what's being proposed here. But there's no detail in the remedial action work plan as to how those test pits are going to be done. We agree fully that they should be done, especially in the highest areas of mercury soil impacts, so that you can correlate, the air quality readings from doing that test put to what you might be expecting when the full-scale excavation is being done. But without any information about how those test pits are going to be done, what precautions are going to be taken, it's, the community is concerned that we don't have enough information about how that work's going to be done and how can that be done safely, especially while school is in session, which currently is the case. And depending upon when you get the approval to go forward with the remedial design investigation, that may well be the case, especially under the current COVID requirements where the school buildings have windows that are open, and that's a situation that likely is going to persist from what we understand. So can you talk a little bit about the precautions that would be taken, how you would proceed with those test pits? I think it's important that we understand that there is a potential for mercury vapor when you peel up the asphalt and start excavating in the mercury impacted areas. And I'm going to mute myself so you can.
Heidi, are you fielding these? You're on mute.
Sorry. I think the question was directed towards your means and methods with the test pits, if you could address that. And then as far as the state, and I'll defer to the Department of Health, but we will be reviewing the information that is gathered from those test pits and making a determination. So, but Mimi, if you want to go through your means and methods, that would be great.
Well, I can give you a high-level overview of what may be included in the remedial design investigation work plan. It has not been fully baked yet, and we have not shared a draft of it with DEC. As I mentioned in my report, it will include test pitting and air monitoring to evaluate mercury vapors that might be generated during site excavation, and that will be used to inform the camp. but the details of the excavation, the exact location of test pitting activities, and how that data will be used will be presented in the remedial design investigation work plan.
And that plan will be submitted to New York State and to Department of Health, and we'll have to review it and approve it before its implementation.
Right. And I think one of the concerns that I have is that we recognize the remedial design investigation is not a typical component, not necessarily a required component in the BCP program. But in this instance, because the test pits weren't done during the RI, it was agreed that that they need to be done prior to the full-scale remedial action implementation. But that document comes after the remedial action work plan is approved. So the community is not going to see it before the remedial action work plan is approved. So I would make a request that at a minimum, the community's consultants, Heidi, have an opportunity to review it in draft before you approve it, just so that we're able to provide our input and 2 cents to, as we've done with other documents as the work is proceeding, so that we can assure the community that we are comfortable with the precautions that are going to be taken. We all want the same thing. I mean, we don't want there to be any exposure. We hope that there's not going to be any issue with mercury vapor. We're hopeful that there may not be, based upon the results of the RI ambient air screening, where we didn't see, high levels coming off of the work zones. But there were occasional detections in the perimeter monitoring of mercury, and there definitely were detections of mercury when the soil cores that were coming out of the ground were being screened with the Jerome meter by the samplers. So the potential exists for it to be there when you open it up on a larger scale. So I just want to make sure that that concern, which is a very, very significant one, especially given the site setting, and the fact that we're now up against a circumstance that I don't think anybody could have envisioned, which is that, under the current COVID guidelines, the windows at both Peck Slip School and the Blue School will, in large part be open, where under other circumstances, perhaps that might not have been the case. That raises a level of concern, higher than maybe even it was before. And now we're talking about a much larger activity where we're disrupting what is now known to be mercury impacted hotspots, where concentrations are elevated. So we're definitely, interested in looking at those details, Heidi, if that's something that the agency could,
Well, I'll definitely take it back, and we'll get back to you on that. I think we've been working with you pretty much throughout the whole process, and I don't anticipate too much change in that. But we haven't actually seen the plan yet, so I kind of I'm not really don't know what we're going to see, and we'll see what if we may have to go through an iteration or two before we share it. But we'll definitely keep you in the loop.
Yeah, we would appreciate that. I mean, I'm speaking on my behalf for CB1, but I would imagine the other environmental consultants working for the Blue School and the Seaport Coalition would agree. I would think that it would be helpful for us to have that opportunity. Thank you. That sort of dovetails into the bigger picture perspective that I have, which is for the schedule that's currently in the draft remedial action work plan, which we completely understand was issued, back when the document was originally published. So the months that are listed there in terms of when the work would start for the remedial design, are not reflective of the current timeline. But it shows 7 months for the remedial design investigation from beginning to end prior to the start of the remediation field work, the actual remedial action. So given where we are right now, and given how long it will likely take for the public comments to be digested, for revisions to the remedial action work plan to be made, the remedial design investigation work plan to be prepared and reviewed and approved, it would seem that consideration, very, very serious consideration, should be given to looking at the ability to do this work in a single construction timeline, where the timing for performance of the remedial design investigation, to get that data you need to get the waste disposal approval in hand, figure out the air quality issues and what engineering controls may need to be used during the performance of the work. That serious consideration should be given with getting together all the key stakeholders and talking about how the schedule could be constructed so that perhaps the most intrusive activities are done when school is not in session. Because if you look at the calendar, that's not out of the realm of possibility. And I think it's something that would be very important to consider given the current situation with COVID restrictions in the schools and the CDC guidelines regarding, you know, indoor air monitoring and having, you know, open windows so that there's exchange of air. I mean, we are talking about the most sensitive population, largely unvaccinated students, you know, below the age of 12, at both, you know, Peck Slip and Blue School. So I think these are considerations that I think might, if everyone puts their heads together, it very well may be something that's doable. So I would just like to throw that out there because I think it's a very large and very valid concern of the community. And I stand ready to help and put our heads together in terms of devising a means for that to be a doable way to look at this. Obviously, nobody can speak directly to that right now. I realize that, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
Noted.
Because I do think, based on where we are right now in the current calendar, given the time that these things take, which we all have, you know we have great intentions, and then with the work that we do, it tends to always take a little longer.
Sorry to interrupt, just if you could just, Heidi, respond to that. I heard you say noted, but is that something that DC is very actively pursuing in terms of a timeline, in terms of the school calendar? Is that something that's a priority in terms of going forward, or not so much, or?
Well, the actual schedule is all going to be dependent upon, you know, when the actual RAP is approved, and not actually having seen the remedial design investigation, I can't talk to the actual schedule. Obviously, we always try to work everything to the best of our abilities to, you know, with the applicant to try to, you know, accommodate everybody's schedule, including the schools, and understanding all the things that go along with this. I believe that there's a 10-month construction period there. So I'm not, you know, obviously with that timeline there, there isn't a 10-month period where the school isn't in session. So it's going to have to, you know, be worked through that way.
Right.
So,
and I know
at this point in time, without the everything in front of us, it's something that we would have to sit down and, you know, discuss what the realities of the situation are.
Right. And I think the 10 months is probably, you know, from beginning to end, you know, all prep all the way through the historic fill excavation. So if you look at all the prep work for site prep, you know, all the soil erosion control measures, the construction fence, the shoring, all that being done in advance, and then focus on the highest risk activities, which would be the mercury impacted soil removal and perhaps underground storage tank removal. Get that out of the way, and perhaps that can be done during times when the schools are not in session. The timing could work if it was planned in a manner that takes all these things into consideration and prioritizes them. And then the historic fill removal would be, you know, the secondary activity, concentration still of concern, but not from as high of a level of risk as far as human health is concerned. So the historic fill, you know, dust control measures are more of the focus point on that, as opposed to any potential for inhalation hazards through volatile metals or volatile organics. So I'm just thinking that out loud, trying to, you know, pull together all the primary concerns that the community has, especially given this extraordinary set of circumstances that we're in right now. That, of course, you know, none of us could have envisioned.
Absolutely. And Laura, if I could just add in there that any community air monitoring that's going to be going on, measures to suppress dust and whatnot, we want them to be as protective as possible, even if somebody was right on the site border.
Right.
Much less the schools and the surrounding community as well. So that's something that we absolutely are going to be making sure that we're comfortable with, the agencies are comfortable with before we provide any acceptance of those documents. So
Right.
absolutely share your concerns. We share the same, the same thought process here.
Right.
We all,
Great.
so.
Thank you, Scarlett. Yeah, along the same lines, I mean, the remedial action work plan is a very large document. There's a lot of detail in there. It does speak to maintenance of the sidewalks and ensuring that soils are not tracked in and out of the site. It provides for design where there's clean gravel, stone placed on the entrances and exits for the trucks coming in and out. So, kudos to Langen and HHC for the level of detail and effort that was put into preparing the document. There's a lot of very important components in it. The hard part for the community to get their head around is, in black and white, there's procedures and these are industry standard type protocols designed to minimize the potential for soil to leave the site. But in practice, we all know how much more difficult it is to ensure that that actually happens. And here, as Scarlett was indicating, you have folks that are going to be walking on the sidewalk right outside the site. You have school children right, on both, the Water Street, the two sides of the site. And then you've got these, high concentration of residential dwellings immediately in the area, plus people walking back and forth. I mean, the streets are not going to be closed from what I understand. So one of the concerns the community has is maintenance of truck routes. Like, where is the main primary entrance and egress going to be? How are you going to prevent, issues coming with trucks coming out? Clearly the trucks will be tarped, which is great to see, and we would expect that. But there's concerns about just the logistics of how this is all going to happen. And I think that it would be a very, very, very good idea and very productive. I believe there was a suggestion by the Manhattan Borough President to formulate a task force of the various stakeholders in the community, which I think would be a great idea to pull together the professionals as well as the key stakeholder representatives with DEC, DOH, Langen, HHC, CB1, so that everyone can put their heads together to try to figure out exactly what the best way for this to proceed would be in practice. And that's one of the reasons why there was a request for an additional time for the review of the remedial action work plan to October 15th. I could not make a more impassioned plea for that. I think there are just so many moving parts to this document, to the work that's being proposed. I do think that Langen and HHC did a very good job in constructing this document. There's a lot of detail in it, but there's also a lot of questions that come out when we start to talk with the community about how does this work in practice. We see that Langen and HHC are focused on noise control, and they're dedicated to minimizing noise and complying with noise regulations. But in practice, how does that work? What does that entail? How do they control the trucks? What are the truck routes going to be? These are details I think that right now they're lacking in the document, and maybe that's standard for certain projects because you don't have that level of deep dive yet. But I think that in this particular circumstances, given the site setting and given all the concerns that have already been expressed over the past many years that we've all lived through already, I think in practice, we kind of need a deeper dive on some of these things. I think we need a truck route. I think we need to see what is being proposed. I think we need to know in practice, when you say you're going to maintain the sidewalks, what does that really involve? Because I don't, if you lived right across the street from this site or you walked to school down this sidewalk, you'd want to know that. And I think that that's what the community is sort of trying to express without having had the opportunity until now to kind of have the face-to-face with the agencies and with Langen, which, by the way, we truly appreciate everybody on this meeting tonight, taking all the time. I know that Mimi and Langen's and HAC's team has put a lot of time into the presentation. So we really do sincerely appreciate it. But I
So
would
Laura,
make a plea for that additional time.
So Laura, with the truck route, that would be something that I believe there's a truck route or a plan within the RAP, and the details of that can be worked out after the remedial action work plan is actually approved. It can be part of the actual final design and that, and we obviously understand your concerns with that. With regards to ensuring that the truck entrances and that, we've been very clear, the state with Langen, and I think they, as you said, they addressed it in their work plan, that maintaining a truck wash and maintaining control at the entrance of the trucks and the exit of the trucks, making sure that they're all clean in that before leaving the site. That's all detailed in the work plan. Mimi, I think you guys had some ideas already on how you were going to be running the trucks. I know that we had discussed that. I don't know if that's been finalized. I know that part of it is going to be dependent upon how your waste disposal sampling comes and how that actual excavation is going to have to proceed in order to, again, minimize stockpiling and do direct load as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's accurate, Heidi. You know, the goal here is to characterize soil and be able to direct load it into trucks. The RAP does include actually quite a bit of detail as to how trucks will be managed, stockpiling provisions to the extent that it's necessary to stockpile. There is a truck route map that's included as figure 13 in the RAP. So there is quite a bit of detail. And again, you know, we welcome community comment on the RAP. So to the extent you, you know, can provide any further detailed specific input on those elements of the remedy, we welcome your comment.
Right, and we definitely will be. Those are the kind of points in the document that we will be providing input on. It's just, again, given how much information is in there and how many people are reviewing it on behalf of the community, all the different stakeholders, trying to pull all of those comments together is, you know, an important aspect of this, and doing that so that we're getting all these concerns and we get specific feedback to you from the community's perspective. That's what we're working on. So the overall time frame for, you know, providing the comments right now, I believe, is September 30th, which is coming up in about 9 days. And I think the request has been made for an extension to October 15th. And I just would like to reiterate that request. I think it's definitely necessary for the stakeholders to be able to have the additional time to synthesize their thoughts and provide all the comments. And for us as the professionals to be able to speak to our various stakeholder representatives, because there's a lot of conversation that still has to be had so that we're able to relay all of the concerns of the community and various stakeholders are able to do it themselves.
Could we get a
Duly
response
noted.
on that particular question as to why we can, could we get the October 15th deadline, please?
It's duly noted. At this point in time, the comment period is September 30th. I will bring your comments back. But I think we're now had a 45-day, a 30-day, and then an additional, I think it was an additional 30 days on that, so, or 20 days.
And a lot has happened. A lot has happened during that time frame. You know, we've had the ongoing COVID issues. We've had the start of school. We've had a lot of people on vacation and away. We had Hurricane Ida, which devastated some of us, unfortunately. And I'm still reeling from that, quite honestly. Just today turned off the fans in my very water-soaked house. So for the first time since Ida hit. So we've had a lot on our collective plates, and the community has been through a tremendous amount with the stress of reopening school in person, with, you know, young children returning to school masked up with windows open and unvaccinated, you know, under the age of 12. You know, this is an unprecedented time, and it's a community that's been through, you know, hell and back over the last, you know, 2 decades. So, you know, I think that we would make very good use of that time, Heidi. It's not time that would be wasted at all. We'd be able to focus our comments and have them be productive, because that's our objective. Is to, and it's been that way from the beginning, is that we want to be productive. We want success, you know, for everybody on this, and we want it to be done so that the community is protected and everybody is successful. But success to us means that there are no incidents and no exposures, and that things go smoothly in a straight line, in an uninterrupted straight line. Those are the primary. I don't want to usurp any more time, Alice. I mean, if anybody else has any questions later, I'd be happy to answer them from the stakeholders. But I think those are the primary things I wanted to relay. And again, I truly appreciate Langen HHC, DEC, DOH, everyone that's been on the call. I really appreciate all your time. You've done a tremendous amount of work to get us this far.
Thanks very much, Laura. That was really helpful, and we are going to keep you on the panel, obviously, for the Q&A from the public. I do want to really underline the significance of the extension of the deadline of 15 days. It seems like the least that could get done given the scope of this project and given the sort of you know, tremendous calls to action here on this particular point from every possible source, including the Manhattan Borough President, I think, and Nadler and the city controller. I just think, you know, the community board has been really clear on that, and it seems like a very fair ask. So I'm very hopeful that this could happen. And I guess I would just ask Heidi, you know, who is the person that makes that decision, and when might we hear from you definitively whether or not we could get things pushed back to October 15th to allow for a little bit more engagement on this?
I'll bring it back to the agency, and I'll get back to you on that one as to whether when or if a decision will be made tomorrow. I can't answer that right now.
Okay, thanks. So I'm going to invite Mr. Keith Brodak of Integral Consultants. He's an engineer that's been working with the Seaport Coalition, who's been good enough to put forth some thoughts and ideas and comments on behalf of the coalition. Is Mr. Brodak in the room?
I think I'm here.
Oh, terrific. Well, welcome. Thank you very much. So I know you had a couple of other additional comments to make, so thank you.
Well, thank you, Allison, and thanks everybody for attending tonight. And I think the discussion so far has been really helpful and valuable and beneficial. So thanks everybody for a really nice open dialogue. I wanted to kind of follow up on a couple of things that I heard so far, and apologize to some of the community members, maybe dive into the weeds just a bit, just so I can get a little more clarification. There was discussion about doing some test pits as part of the remedial design investigation. And did I hear correctly that those are only going to be in the Mercury hotspot area, at least as we contemplate that remedial design investigation work plan today?
This is the state, and that's our understanding. Again, we haven't seen the remedial design investigation, but in our discussions with Langen, that is the intent, and part of that is to address the comments that have been raised by Laura Dodge and CB1.
Yeah, that's related to the mercury vapors, right? And the potential for mercury vapors to get out into the air and kind of nearby community residential exposure and things like that. Yes.
That's our understanding of what the test pits are
sure.
intended for at this point in time. I
and
believe
I
there's also
that...
they may be.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I
was just going to say, I think that while they're doing that, obviously they're going to be doing some more waste characterization in order to finalize their excavation plans. Okay.
And I was going to recommend possibly if the area for those test pits might be expanded a little bit, only because as I look through the remedial investigation report, it seemed like a good number of the soil vapor locations, while the laboratory data showed no mercury vapors, the field screening did show mercury vapors. I think at least a majority of the ones I was looking at before the call had some indication of that. So it's those locations were outside, sometimes outside of that mercury hotspot area, including all the way kind of Project South along Water Street. And so I would just recommend expanding the locations for those to include other areas of the site where mercury vapors were identified by the field screening, and perhaps even in the petroleum area where the UST is, kind of in the Project Southeast, because there was I think the soil vapor reading there was somewhere around 39,000 micrograms per meter cubed, and while there were I don't think there were any exceedances in that. It's a relatively high number.
Are you saying that wasn't mercury? Just to clarify for everybody, that was not mercury that you were seeing in the petroleum area there.
You're right.
Those numbers are indicative of what you would find in a historic spill area and are generally addressed during a brownfield program. So if those aren't, it's not an abnormal situation, particularly within New York City, where you have a lot of historic old gas stations and that have are long defunct.
Right, you're right. That is total volatile chemicals. So not mercury, but petroleum-related compounds, PERC and TCE. So some of your chlorinated compounds too. That's all of those rolled together. But being that it's so close to some of the, the schools that are right there, there's concern, and I have a little bit of concern that while that is kind of a standard, what you would expect from an old gasoline station or old petroleum filling station concentration, since it is so close, there's concern that easily goes across the street. And, when exposed to kind of a larger area, larger surface area, that more of those vapors can migrate. And I understand the value of the camp, but just looking at it like trying to prevent something before it happens.
Noted. Again, when we see the remedial, I'm sorry, I want to call it a pre-design investigation, the remedial design investigation, I can't speak to where they are going to propose the samples, but obviously DOH will be looking at it, since that's the exposure pathways are under their purview, but we'll be looking at it to ensure that, it's protective of human health.
Okay.
Right. And this is from DOH too, just to jump in there too. Heidi's right. We absolutely will be looking at that. But, although we haven't seen the remedial design investigation work plan there yet, I think part of the reason, if you were to look in the higher concentrations of the mercury there, is we're looking for a worst case scenario. So if we had the higher concentrations there and you look in that area, that's where you would expect to see the worst case scenario there, to see if indeed that is to, if we're looking at it for seeing if we expect any mercury vapors from opening up a larger area where the highest concentrations are, is where we'd expect to see that. So just wanted to point that out as to why that, although we haven't seen the work plan for it yet, why that could be an important factor to really focus in on that area.
I would agree with that. It just seemed like when I was looking through some of the field logs, that some of the higher field screening readings occurred outside of that mercury hotspot area. And that's kind of what brought up this idea in my mind, is that for whatever reason, and while I recognize that the mercury hotspot area is the most likely place to find elevated mercury vapors, that the field screening seemed to indicate otherwise, that there were higher concentrations elsewhere during some of the purging and field screening. And so I think sure.
I was just going to say, well, once we see the plan, we'll be able we would be better able to address your questions and your comments. At this point in time, we don't have their work plan, so it's kind of hard to comment on something that's to date doesn't actually exist. But Understood. And like I said, DEC and DOH are going to be looking at it and ensuring that the information that we get will make sure that will give us the best opportunity. And I'm sorry, I talk with my hands to assess the information and make sure that the camp is addressing the community's concerns. Obviously, it's our job to make sure that you're safe during all of this, and that is our goal, and that's what we intend to work with Langan to ensure.
I appreciate that, and I recognize that while I talk with my hands too, although it might be out of the camera range here, but I recognize that while I'm phrasing this in the forms of questions, I know you don't have the work plan. I know you don't have the details. So I guess really my hope is that by vocalizing it and by voicing some of these concerns now, it's something that perhaps the volunteer can take into account as they put that work plan together, and also to just kind of voice our concerns a little bit proactively for the agencies when it comes time to review that work plan.
Understood. Thank you.
Yep. And it was also, so just maybe another question too about going back to some of the noise considerations too, is I know that the RAP it talks about following the New York City DEP noise standards. And then I can't say that I'm an expert in those noise standards personally, but
and I'm going to have to tell you that that's really not underneath the DEC or DOH's purview. So that's really, that's not something that we can comment on. I mean, they have to follow New York City and the building codes and the requirements of New York City itself. Best management practices are what they're going to be putting into place is our understanding. But noise from an environmental standpoint isn't something that we do, but obviously, Langan, you would be better to address anything to do with noise and how you had that.
Noise is the noise that will be generated on the site will meet the requirements of New York City, period. It's, separate from the remedial action. It's more of a construction thing.
Right. And, I didn't know if New York City had changed any of their noise requirements because of COVID. And again, we've got the schools with the windows open right at the ground floor. It seems like maybe some special consideration should be taken to reduce the noise, perhaps even lower than would be kind of the normal. And I didn't know if DEP had put in any sort of requirements for that or DOB, but it seems like that should be something that's considered.
Again, as far as the state agencies are concerned, that's not something that we have any kind of purview over. So it's not really something that we can comment on.
Okay.
But I can note it, but that's really all that we can do at this time.
Okay, appreciate that. And I think earlier there was discussion about the camp's going to include a PID for volatiles, a dust track for particulates, and also a mercury, what was it, the Jerome 505?
Jerome 405.
405?
Mm-hmm. The
Okay.
505 will be with the mercury vapor with the mobile monitor.
Gotcha.
The 505 is not capable of calculating 15-minute running averages and reporting them through telemetry. Hence, we're using the 405.
So all three of those meters will be in the camp stations throughout all intrusive activities?
That is the RAP, that is the camp as it is currently proposed.
Okay, because I saw some provision in there that the mercury vapor monitoring may be discontinued after the hotspot excavation. Is that still the plan?
The hotspot excavation will inform the camp, period. That's all I can say.
Okay, so there's still a possibility.
Well, what would happen is that DOH would be, and I'll defer to Scarlett, but once the mercury has been removed and they have confirmation samples that indicate that there isn't anything there, there obviously additional camp monitoring will go on, but they're going to watch the additional data, I think, would drive whether or not, once you get into the point where you're in the historical fill, like the camp requirements, but it's going to be a DOH call on that. Scarlett?
Yeah, we're going to review all of the data. I mean, they can Langen can make any recommendations that they'd like at any point. And, we're going to review it, but until we feel like it's protective or not, at this point, approving any sort of changes to the camp that we're looking at and we're going to provide concurrence on is what we're comfortable with. And, that there may be recommendations that we get to change it, but it doesn't mean that we will. We're going to have it driven by the data and take a look at everything, all of the conditions, where we are with the site before even considering any changes to camp.
Yeah, in general, the times that you would see that is perhaps when they're getting into the time when they're backfilling, where you don't actually have an open excavation anymore, and that's usually when somebody will come in and propose that the camp may be changed, particularly one that's as robust as what's going to be at this particular site. When there's no longer any exposure pathways.
Right.
If I could just jump in for a quick second to dovetail on what Keith had just said. The post-excavation, the 54 soil borings, I believe that you're doing for confirmation that you've met the soil cleanup objectives, those are done all at the same time after the historic fill excavation is complete, right? Or no?
They're done on a rolling basis as
Okay.
development depth is achieved.
All right, so that after each phase of work, so after the mercury hotspot is done, then you'll be doing your confirmation sampling for that mercury area, etc.
Confirmation samples will be collected at development depth. So if it is achieved during the mercury hotspot removal, confirmation samples will be collected.
Right, but it may not be achieved at that point. You may be continuing on to do additional excavation. So, yeah,
We may in certain areas.
Right. I would think, given all circumstances in the site setting, that, Keith is hitting on the point that the camp monitoring should continue until the site's backfilled to a depth that's, complete, so that there isn't exposure of the underlying soil, because in some places you may be getting down to native soil, but in most places you're still going to be remaining some fringes of historic fill. So I'm sure it sounds like DC's and DOH is reviewing all that, but I concur with Keith's comment.
Like Scarlett said, I mean, no changes would be made to the camp. I mean, unless the agencies are comfortable with it. So
right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So.
And while we're talking about the camp, does the camp continue while dewatering is occurring?
Well, the dewatering is going to be part of the excavation, so that would be, yes. I mean, unless they're dewatering prior to opening, I don't know how much. I haven't seen the dewatering plan yet. I don't believe that that's been finalized, but
it hasn't. Nor has construction phasing, and it is certainly possible that dewatering will continue after active soil disturbance is complete.
Okay, I guess one of the potential concerns there is anything, if it's an open top tank, I mean, it depends on what the foundation contractor is going to use, right, for dewatering and treatment, and that all depends on the remedial design investigation of what's there. And so I recognize there's a lot of variables here that nobody really has an answer to, but if they were, the contractor was using open top tanks and there's additional volatilization from, the water moving and being moved around throughout that treatment system.
So Keith, what contaminants are you concerned about that volatilizing groundwater? To date, we have not found mercury in groundwater. We have not found not above regulatory standards. We have not found chlorinated solvents at concentrations of concern. We have found petroleum impacts in groundwater. So if that's your concern, noted.
Well, it's not necessarily that the groundwater is above a standard. I mean, it's the fact that certain compounds that are in groundwater, even below standards, can still volatilize and cause vapors that are elevated, right? So if you take a look at the mercury concentrations that are in groundwater, they're quite low, right? below 1 part per billion. But even that can volatilize and have an impact. So that's really the concern.
The pretreatment system for dewatering will likely include a settling tank, particulate filters, and carbon filters, and they'll be sized based on volume and concentrations of contaminants that will be determined during the RDI.
Sure, and that certainly makes sense. It just, tanks, open tanks versus closed tanks, that was kind of where my question was going.
I don't think I've seen an open tank system in New York on a remediation site yet. This is something that will be proposed by the contractor, reviewed by us, reviewed by DEC and DOH.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was going through my head of all the dewatering systems I've seen in the last 15 years, and I can't think of anyone where you're bringing your water into an open tank.
Yeah.
And Keith, I'd also like to mention too that we're going to, at that point, when we get to then, have a significant amount of camp monitoring data with that dewatering ongoing, because it will have to be going on during the excavation too. So we should have a pretty good understanding of, the air conditions are at that point too.
Yeah, I think that'll be quite helpful.
Right. I want to just clarify a couple of points that were made so far by Keith or Laura. During the remedial investigation, we used a handheld mercury vapor monitor to screen soil as it was coming out of the ground. That monitor did detect instantaneous readings of mercury vapor. Those are well documented in our reports. We also performed the very robust community air monitoring that we have described during this presentation. We implemented that during the remedial investigation, and at no point was mercury vapor detected in any of the 6 perimeter air monitoring stations at concentrations that exceeded the thresholds that were established by the camp. Lastly, we did collect, I believe, a total of 17 mercury soil vapor readings, and at 0 locations on the site was mercury detected in soil vapor. So I'd like for everybody to keep in perspective mercury vapor detections at the site to date.
That's actually, that's true that the on-site concentrations weren't over, and there's no doubt that it was a pervasive mercury vapor issue at all. But there was an exceedance in one of the soil vapor points actually on the sidewalk going towards Pearl Street.
That's accurate.
And I think the points that are being raised by both Keith and myself relate to the fact that the work that was done during the RI were small diameter soil borings.
And Laura,
right?
that's exactly why we're proposing a remedial design investigation with an air quality monitoring component.
Right, which is what we had asked for during the RI. So if we had actually done the test pits as part of the RI, which was what my original comments on the draft RI work plan included, was a strong recommendation to go in and do the test pits to verify whether or not, when you peel up the asphalt and expose a larger surface area and start disrupting the soil column, which right now has been sitting there.
I guess I'm confused what difference it makes whether the test pits were done then versus now. They're happening, they're going to be used to evaluate air quality during site excavation, and they'll be used to inform the camp. Isn't that the overall objective?
Yes, but the difference is that had they been done during the RI, then we'd be talking about that data now. Now we're talking about the fact that we don't have it yet, and then we're in the prospective mode. And that's where I think Keith's points are coming in, as someone that's looking at the work that was done during the RI, after the fact, because he wasn't involved during the RI implementation. But I think it's helpful to have a third set of eyes looking at the work that was done to basically pick up the fact that because we didn't do the test pits then, we don't know how to correlate the air quality data from performing small diameter boreholes into the asphalt versus opening up a larger area and peeling up the asphalt, which has always been a concern. I mean, I expressed it from day one, and I know the reason why, and I was involved in the discussion with you guys and DEC and DOH, that at the time we were up against the completion of the RI, it was the end of the summer, school was about to start, and it was our collective decision, just so you know, Keith, how the sequence of events occurred, the collective decision of everyone that it made no sense right now to go in and start to figure out how to do the test pit work while school was just about to start. So it was everyone's decision to do it as part of a remedial design investigation, which, as I said earlier, I truly appreciate the fact that Lancaster and HHC have put that into the work scope and that work is going to be done. But because it hasn't yet been done, we still have to speak about it prospectively. And it's harder to have that conversation now because we don't know what we're going to find. And that's one of the things that causes concern. I mean, uncertainty is what causes concern. So
yes,
that's all.
and that's duly noted, but it must, and I have to say this, regardless of when the test pits were completed, whether they were in the RI or they are now in the remedial design investigation, New York State, DEC, and DOH are going to evaluate the data and make sure that whatever the proposals are to go forward will be protective of human health and the environment. We're going to be working hand in hand to make sure they are. I understand your concern. We are where we are right now today. Keith, with your regards to your dewatering and that, I haven't ever seen, remedial construction is my background, an open tapped groundwater extraction treatment system going to be on site. I can't guarantee it. But I can tell Mimi that, you know, obviously it's there. Your system will have a pre-treatment to it because obviously the dewatering is going to need to be treated prior to discharge, and that will address all of your concerns that you would have for volatilization or things like that. So I think that, you know, to put your mind to ease, I don't see an exposure pathway in that. And I think Laura, I think you would agree on that too. That, you know.
Yeah. I think when it comes to the management of the water, it would be a closed top tank. When it comes to the issue of the test pits, though, I was just responding to Mimi's comment that, you know, what difference does it make? And it does make a difference because we are now not yet with that data in hand. So because whenever we can't answer a definitive question about what we can expect, and you can understand it's an uncertainty, that's why community members get anxious.
Laura, as we generate the data during the RDI, we will be producing daily reports. Those will be posted to our website. You, Keith, the entire community will have an opportunity to evaluate that data. And I'm sure that if you have additional comments that you will feel free to share them with DEC and DOH, and they'll be taken under consideration.
Right, no, agreed. And by the way, thank you for bringing this up because I meant to ask, during the performance of the RDI, you're going to be posting the daily reports like you did before, which I thought was extremely helpful. So Keith, every day during the RI implementation, there was a daily monitoring report and field report, which had the results of the camp monitoring that was issued by the contractor doing the air monitoring for Langen Emmelcott. And then Langen's daily field report, which identified in detail all the work that was being done that day. Is that going to also continue during the implementation of the remedial action?
The daily reporting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just said it.
Okay. Well. No, you said during the RDI. So I'm just
during the RDI and during the RAP. Yeah. Anytime we're on site.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Just want to double check.
Yeah, it's actually in the presentation. It was in the presentation that they're going to be posting those to their website.
Yeah. Good. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yep.
Keith, do you have other comments you'd like to make or questions? Feel free.
No, actually, I don't. I just want to say thanks for listening. And I know we don't have all the answers, but I appreciate just the opportunity to be heard. And, you know, that means a lot to me and to my clients. So thank you. And also thank you, Laura, for giving me the background just over the last 5 minutes too, because obviously I'm new to this one. So thanks everybody for the good discussion.
Thanks very much, Keith. It's nice to meet you and to know you're also reviewing this. And thanks to the Seaport Coalition very much for bringing your work to our attention, to the community's attention. So at this point, I'm going to open up the questions and comments to the committee members for the Environmental Protection Committee and Community Board 1. Do we have anybody who has questions or comments? I see Michael Kramer. Hi, Michael.
Thank you, Alice. Community acceptance, of course, is a very big part of this plan. And, you know, the remediation itself is going to cause collateral environmental, public health, and quality of life impacts, such as exposure to noise, dust, odors, traffic, that really haven't been adequately addressed. In order to give the community more of a sense of confidence, have you considered a plan to tent over the site? And wouldn't tenting over the site be the safest and best practice in this case?
At this point in time, there hasn't been any data on site that has indicated a need to tent the site. When you tent the site, it has its own inherent issues with it too. It's not as simple working within a tent. There's a whole different level of health and safety that goes on for the workers within the tent, just because of the way that it is and the enclosures and that. At this point in time, none of the data that has been generated from the site is indicative of needing a tent. Obviously, we'll be reviewing the remedial design investigation to see if there's any changes to that, and working in coordination with Department of Health.
I hope you're taking into account that there's really a distrust of government in our district. You know, we lived through 9/11, and we were told that the air was safe, and that's a big problem. So some of this is psychological, not only data driven.
Understood and duly noted. Again, we are trying to make sure that everything that's being done out on the site is protective of human health and the environment. It's an extremely robust, and I think that Laura and Keith can also, who reviewed it independent to the government, a very robust community action or community air monitoring plan to ensure that there are no risks to the general public.
Does DEC have experience with a cleanup site in the middle of Lower Manhattan?
Yes. We do BCP and state Superfund cleanups all through the 5 boroughs of New York City.
Right, but with all our sensitive receptors and our density of population and the winds coming off the East River and everything else that comes up.
There's a brownfield cleanup site on Broome Street, not too far from you, where there's one going on right now.
And then my other question is about, I know Howard Hughes enters this as a volunteer, but the data shows that the contamination goes past the site. It goes out onto the sidewalk. It goes into the roadbed on Pearl Street. Utility crews are routinely digging up the roadbed about 10 feet away from Peck Slip for water, sewer, electrical repairs. Will New York State DEC take over because Howard Hughes is not obligated to work outside of their boundaries and remediate the former thermometer factory? Because workers and pedestrians are at risk. And the most important thing here is not only to consider we have 2 schools, but we also have that residential population across the street on Pearl Street. And we have air intake situations at ground level right across the street on the western side of Pearl Street, so that anytime the roadbed gets opened up, we're exposing everybody to that contamination, and who knows how many workers have been exposed to that contamination already. So my question is, does DEC step in and take over?
Yes, we are committed to investigate the area of the former thermometer factory, which is located within Pearl Street, and as necessary, clean it up. Yes, I believe that was announced at the same time with the remedial action work plan.
And will that be part of the RAWP or whatever?
No, it's separate. The state's going to go in, and we're going to do a site characterization first. We're in the planning process for that now, so we'll go and do essentially what has already been completed on the 250 Water Street site. We're going to do an investigation, determine the nature and extent of the contamination, and then determine the best remedy for the area.
And would you stay in touch with the community board, Alice and Diana and Tammy, and let them know the progress of that investigation?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alice.
Thanks very much, Michael. Are there any other committee members that have questions? I don't see any hands raised. Diana, do you have anything on your end? Otherwise, I'm going to open it up to the general
Not
public.
committee members, and I see 2 members of the public with hands up. And as a reminder for anybody who didn't see it in the chat, if you're a member of the public and you're interested in making a comment or asking a question, please use the raise hand button. And if you can't find the raise hand button or have a problem, just chat to the host.
Thanks, Diana. So I think the next person up is Grace Lee. And thanks, Grace, for all your hard work from Children First.
Hi, thanks so much to Community Board and DEC and Langen for holding this public meeting. And, I do want to say that while I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight, it should be named that the burden of arranging opportunities for community input like this should not fall on the community. We had to lobby for this public meeting, and it took quite a number of weeks for us to get a response on this. So just want to bring that up. And through this process, we hope to see more public meetings and hosted by Community Board and with the DEC and Langen coming to present. I also wanted to remind everyone on this call part of how we got here, which is that moms in the community did the research to figure out that the high mercury levels on the site were not coming simply from infill, but also from a former thermometer factory. We are not being paid to do this. We are not professionals. We are concerned about our children's health. And so I just want to make that clear. Seems to be some air of defensiveness here about this. We are living through some of the toughest years of our life with our children right now. And so I just want to say that that I hope that people will be respectful of that through this process. And so to that end, Heidi, I know that you are based in Albany. So I wanted to know what the day-to-day protocols will be to ensure that all of the safety measures that have been, the commitments that are going to be made about safety measures will actually be put in place. Who will be enforcing these, these measures? Who from the DEC will be monitoring the work day to day?
Well, the engineer of record is going to be ensuring that the plans are being followed. Sorry, I'm trying to think of the best way to say this in layman's terms. And then with regards to who from the DEC, we'll be receiving daily reports from the engineer in the field. And then as necessary, we'll be having somebody either from our regional office going by the site to ensure that everything is there, or our project manager from Albany will travel down and visit the site to determine, to ensure that everything is being followed. It's a standard construction remedial action type program.
Given the unprecedented nature of this brownfield cleanup next to 2 schools, I understand that the independent community monitor had people on the site during the investigation. Will you allow for either independent community monitor, or can you have someone on site from the DEC visiting more regularly on a weekly basis, an almost daily basis for this?
I would have to go back as far as that's concerned, and we would probably need to look and discuss it. Again, part of the question would be, as far as having somebody on site is from an independent, is we don't yet have the whole staging of how that's going to work out. But let me go back and that's a good talk internally, and we can get back to you on that one. I don't have an answer for you right there, but I do know that, you know, we have our offices we have an office in Region 2 there, right across in Long Island City. We have people out in the field, and part of the way we have to run our sites from Albany is that we do rely also on the regional staff to run by them. So between Rafi, our project manager, and the regional office, I know that we'll have enough eyes on the site, plus the engineer of record, but I'll go back and I'll talk to people and see what we can do.
Thank you.
Grace, thanks very much. I see Megan Malvern, one of the very mothers who Grace is referring to, another member of Children First. Are you still with us, Megan? I think I just saw you.
I am.
Oh, great.
Hey,
Thanks.
hi, everybody. Hi, Heidi, and hey, Scarlett. It's been a long time. I just wanted to bring up this point about noise not being an issue that's even considered between the DOH and the NYS DEC. I get that it's not in your purview, but I think given the idea, not the idea, the facts that excessive noise exposure causes effects on health, including sleep disruption, hearing loss, hypertension, heart disease, depression, anxiety, and studies reveal that negative impacts on noise happen with kids on learning in the form of decreased memory, reading skills, and lower test scores. I think that it's not reasonable that it is not a consideration, given that there is data that directly ties noise to these very serious health issues. So I sort of reject the idea that it's just not a part of your job to make sure that those things aren't mitigated to an extent that is as possible, as much as possible. I know that Mimi said that they would make sure they follow the New York State guidance, but we all know that New York State guidance isn't considering open windows during COVID next to elementary school children who are sometimes, and actually preschool kids. And it is an unreasonable thing to ask this community to just be okay with it during this stage of the construction, and that we would have to wait to the reconstruction period of this to have any sort of extra remediation put in terms of noise. So is there any sort of way to have this, maybe this dovetails into what Laura had suggested, is that it doesn't start until July. And perhaps maybe that is where some of the noisiest, most disruptive things start, and could also would go over 2 summers. It would have an opportunity where there would be the most amount of time with construction and remediation during summer months that would then help our schools. So if you can't look at it as a way that you can enforce something, maybe it can be looked at as a way of timing, as Laura suggested.
Well, one of the problems is that noise really isn't statutory, is a statute that we can address as New York State or Department of Health. I understand your concerns. New York City is the one that's going to be monitoring noise, and it's underneath their regulations and their laws and that. We will be, reviewing the remedial action work plan. Again, that's part of the truck staging and the truck routes and everything else like that, in the attempt to minimize the noise to the extent that you can on a construction site. There are some things that are inherent to it. However, there are other things that are already worked into the plan in order to ensure that it is the minimum amount of noise possible under the circumstances. Unfortunately, there is a short-term impact that is actually looked at as part of our process, but the long-term gains are benefit from that short-term impact.
There was also a point where Mimi was talking about the monitors, and they have this averaging of 15 minutes, and when the monitors go off, what happens? When do we get to know what that is?
The monitors are set at a threshold that's well below any kind of action limit, and Scarlett would probably can explain how the daily camp data. But in the work plan, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to shut down everything at that moment and address whatever the situation is, and determine if there needs to be something changed in the way that they're doing their activities. It's spelled out in their dust control and in their in the camp and the process that they're going to go through. Scarlett, as far as the 15-minute averaging and that's more your specialty than mine. If you
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to say, they're going to be looking at all three types of monitors. You've got the dust monitors for particulates and dust, requirement for no visible dust leaving the site. You have the VOC monitors, also the volatile organic compounds, and you have the mercury monitor. So the levels that are set for them taking any sort of actions are set way, way lower than any concentrations where we would expect any sort of health effect. So, and the reason for that is well before there would be any sort of a concern for any contaminants migrating off-site at levels of concern, well before that, at much lower levels, so that actions can be taken to address those concerns. For instance, if it's getting dusty, then wetting things down, so the dust doesn't continue to go off. Or if we're seeing say a stockpile for some reason wasn't covered or something, and
Blew off, yeah, whatever.
more,
Yeah.
like regularly, you know what I mean? Like actions that could be taken immediately, well before there was some sort of a concern. So, and all of those data are again going to be put up there. But I also wanted to mention, I didn't quite jump in there before, but Department of Health reviews all the community air monitoring data as we get those reports, but also we'd be notified of any exceedances as well, so that we can see not only what exceedance, if there was one. I mean, we didn't really have that as an issue during the remedial investigation. We understand that the remedial action will be different and involves, larger scale work, but we still feel that the camp that is proposed here is protective, given all the information that we have. If we need, we continually review it. It's not something we look at it once and we're set and we're done. We continue to review all the data. And if we have any additional concerns, additional actions that are needed, those recommendations will be made, during the process, and we will be part of anything.
I had one last question, and I know it seems I'm not trying to be not trying to hit below the belt, but I think one thing that was talked about with the test pits is that it's not fully baked yet. Our community wants to know. I think Mimi said earlier that that the test pits ideas and where they were going to be and how they were going to be and what the remediation was going to be or the safety standards around them, that was not fully baked yet. And I think everyone has to understand on the call that that's exactly what we want Laura and Keith and the community to be able to see that data and understand how they're going to be implemented, because it will be where the most asphalt will be removed at any given time, like through this process up to this date.
Yeah,
So it's
I
a big
think
deal.
I understood. And I think what Mimi and I don't want to speak for Mimi here, but I think when she meant that is that they haven't yet fully put together their plan. And so the details of their exact implementation haven't been fully prepared. So to give specifics at this point in time is a little bit premature, but that's part of the whole process of the work plan has to be submitted to the state. That's why we have to sit down and review it. I'll be spending a lot of time with Scarlett. We'll go through it, make sure that everything in there is good. We'll go back, we'll share the information internally, make sure that everything is all there and that we're comfortable with it, so that the data that's collected from that remedial design investigation not only is going to give them their waste characterization, but that will give that level of comfort that needs to be there for the camp. I think it was just, it's not fully baked in the terms that the specificity of all of the details aren't there yet, but the actual
I knew that. I
knew
no one was going to go in with a half-done idea. I'm sorry. My point was no, I didn't mean that. Thank you. But
Okay.
I guess my point is that we'd like to see it once it was fully baked with like a pretty little crust on it and maybe some, decorations. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Megan. Okay, I think we have Lawrence Pong from Assembly Member News Office. Lawrence, are you with us?
Yes, I am here.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lawrence Hong. I'm Chief of Staff. who represents 250 Water Street amongst Lower Manhattan. So my question is directed towards the DEC, and it's regarding the extension of the public comment period, specifically for the remedial action work plan. Initially, the elected officials, a bunch of community stakeholders, CB1, pretty much everyone, requested a extension of the public comment period for the RAB. And the DEC maintained that they were unable to extend the public comment period because of statutory language regarding the brownfield project. And the member, and we didn't believe this to be true, and the member also had Assembly Council reach out to the DEC to say the same thing. And as you might know, after numerous additional letters and community comments, the DEC eventually provided an extension beyond the limits of the statute that allegedly tied their hands. My question really is why there's a discrepancy here, and the reason for that really is on one end, it's to see if there's anything that needs to be changed within the brownfield project law, but to me, it doesn't seem like it because it seems like the DEC is able to operate and make these extensions without any changes. And second, I think from the presentation we saw, I feel like an additional 2 weeks or 15 days or so probably wouldn't make this timeline veer off anymore. So I'm not really sure what the reason right now is on why an additional comment period extension cannot be given.
Well, the original, and there was the original 45-day comment period when the RAP went out, and then we are only statutorily able to give a 30-day extension. What happened was that underneath the community action, or under the community participation plan, the community can request a public meeting, and then they did request a public meeting towards the end of the 30-day extension. And in order for us to get this meeting together and to find a venue that would be able to host the 90-some people who are on here, we did need to. That's how we were able to extend the comment period, to allow this meeting to go off and then to give an extra week in order for the comments to come in based on the meeting. As far as regulatory, I can't address that. I mean, that was the way that the statutes are written. I ran that, that was what was determined. I've heard the comments from the public that you're asking for another 2 weeks. All I can say for you right now is I'll take it back, but I'm not at liberty to give you any kind of answer as to whether or not an extension can be given or not.
Okay. I think my only response to that is that I don't really find that answer particularly satisfying. One reason is that the statutory language also doesn't mention anything about the public meeting being able to affect, I guess, the public comment period as well. So it to me feels like even in the past, and for the media investigation work plan, the DEC was once again able to extend the comment period much further than what was, I guess, statutorily allowed. So to me, it feels like there's some sort of commissioner discretion or something that the DEC is able to do. And I'm not opposed to this because I think community engagement is very important, and we think that it's an essential part of this process. I just feel like I don't know if that pointing of the statutory language is really satisfying at this point, given that there's been multiple instances in which that obviously is not held true, and there's no other statutory language that would indicate that. So I would appreciate that if you took that back to everyone, I guess.
Absolutely. I will. I promise you I will take that back. I did hear that comment. It's been duly noted in my notes with lots of marks on it. I will make sure that that goes back, and that you're asking, that you are agreeing or requesting also the 10-day.
Yeah, as we've done on the previous letter, and the answer that I received was something similar to what you said before, but I just, like, once again, like that's the argument that I'm advancing. I checked the statutory language myself with counsel from our end as well, and it just doesn't seem to be the case that that's true.
All right, I will bring that back.
Okay, and then just one additional thing. I think on a bunch of other folks have mentioned it previously as well, but the public meeting as well as this meeting only really became knowledge to us after we looked at the statute and the community had to request and all these other steps. I think it would have really been beneficial And it was a bit disappointing to see that the DC didn't really offer the meeting. I know the statute says it's on request, but I also feel like, it doesn't preclude you guys from offering to do so and then us requesting it. So I would appreciate that, in the future, like, of course, we'll be here to like ask for public meetings and stuff like that. But if the DC could be a little bit more forthright with some of that stuff, that would be very helpful as well. And I think the only other thing, sorry.
Understood.
Okay. And the only other thing that I had on my notes really is, you're aware, and everyone said it, there are many, many sensitive populations next to this site. We have seniors, we have a large housing complex, schools filled with young children undergoing a bunch of COVID restrictions and whatnot. We support the ask that we perform work, and I think this is something that we can come back together as like a stakeholder meeting and have these meetings a little bit more often and talk about how to approach this situation in which we can minimize the risk over to sensitive populations that we have here. So I'm asking, hopefully, that you could take this back to them, and if we can have monthly pre-scheduled stakeholder meetings, we're happy to host them as well. But monthly stakeholder meetings to kind of discuss how to approach this program, as well as obviously the common extension and whatnot.
I will take that back.
Okay. That's it. Thank you so much, Alice. I think I don't have anything else in particular. Appreciate you taking the time to allow me to talk.
Thanks, Lawrence. Those are really key points that we brought up, and I really will look forward to the response on both the 15-day extension and the stakeholder meeting point. And that's come up a lot, the task force. It seems like both of them are relatively easy asks, and I'm really looking forward to that being a yes from whomever you're going back to, Heidi, to put those forward. Okay, thanks again. We've got Liz York here.
Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Thanks.
good. I think maybe this is an easy question. In the presentation, it was stated that there will be a foam that's sprayed on dust and particulates. I'm wondering, can you tell me what are the chemicals that are in the foam?
I can't tell you specifically. The foam that is used for, there's kind of two foams that are generally used as needed to control, I believe, vapor, to control volatile vapors and also mercury vapors. The foam that is used to control volatiles is called Rusmar. I'm sure there are others, but that is the one that I'm most familiar with. And the foam that is used to control mercury vapors is called Mercon X, I believe.
Can you say that again, please?
Mercon, M-E-R-C-O-N.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't have the chemical composition of those foams handy. First one is called Rusmar. I believe it's R-U-S-M-A-R.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Nick Stone.
Hi, I am a parent of a PEC-slip child and also resident in the neighborhood. And I have to say, I find it incredibly distressing that there's even talk of having any of this work done during the school year. This to me, this seems like very much a public-private partnership where the public, us, take all the risk on of the disruption and the contaminants, and Howard Hughes, the private part, gets all the profits. I mean, I don't really see, it makes me deeply question the motivations of Howard Hughes when I don't hear unequivocal support on their part for not having any of this work done during the school year. To me, that sounds like they're not interested in being a good neighbor. They're interested in extracting as much financial benefit from our neighborhood as possible without any regard for the well-being of the residents of our neighborhood. And it's not really, I don't have a question, but as a resident of the neighborhood, I feel like I need to be heard because I feel like I am a real stakeholder here. I don't think that Howard Hughes is. All they are is money, but they're not a stakeholder. They don't have any skin in the game, and I do. So that's why I wanted to be heard. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Nick. Maggie Dalal.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to ask actually a question to Mimi, but I wanted to thank everybody for being here, and Laura and Keith for representing the community. And there's a lot of community members on the meeting. And I just wanted to thank Laura specifically for bringing up the concept that, you know, there's a lot we don't know yet, and not having the data on the test pits is what's driving the concern of the community. So we don't have the data right now, and the only data that we have is from the camp monitors during the testing. And although, as Mimi pointed out, it didn't hit the action level at any point for the mercury, it came close. And, you know, my concern in seeing that data is that if it's getting close to the action level with those very small samples of soil, I apologize, my kids are in the background, with those very small amounts of soil, you know, what's going to happen when we start opening that up. So I'm really glad that the test pits are going to be the next step. But my question was, Mimi, you brought up that in the samples, you found that it was 10% elemental mercury, and that makes it sound like a low number. So my question is, what does that really mean? And what would an average site, a DEC site, a brownfield site, have if you looked at the elemental mercury? You guys mentioned there's a site over on Broome Street that you're working at. You know, how do these numbers compare to other guys, quiet. Other
well, I just need to clarify this. The site out in Broome Street is not a mercury site. That's a volatile organic and semi-volatile organic site. But it is where they're doing excavation that is similar to what's proposed here at 250 Water Street.
I mean, Heidi, are there sites that have something comparable with the mercury, with the sensitive receptors, like the schools that you guys have historically worked through in the past?
Yes, I can't think of any off the top of my head in Manhattan, but there are other sites where we've worked with similar type contaminants near or on a school, and have worked around it. Scarlett, can you think of anything?
I know there was a school, I think in Region 5, that was years ago, where they had mercury, and they had to do mercury monitoring as well. And I know there's several other ones that are around in the city as well. I mean, I know I was just
we'll go back and look. Yeah, I think we'll have to go back and look, but remediating sites within the 5 boroughs is going on pretty much all over the city. I just off the top of my head, the mercury specific, I can't answer that, but we'll go back and get you an answer on that.
Yeah, that would be really helpful. Whether, you know, it's next to, obviously there's 2 parts, right? We're next to a school, but it's also dealing with the mercury. So if you have any of that information, you could forward it on. That would be great. But I don't know if Mimi, you can speak to it, but I'm not really sure what 10% elemental mercury in a sample is. Is that unusual? Is that typical?
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, first to clarify the process. So during the remedial investigation, as I mentioned, we collected over 100 soil samples in the remedial soil borings, and then remedial investigation soil borings, and then we collected even more in and around the thermometer factory footprint. All samples were analyzed for total mercury. Mercury is present in a number of species, different types of species, and there's an additional analysis that can be done to evaluate of the total mercury, what fraction is elemental mercury. And, you know, there are 8 species total, and when you perform speciation on soil samples for mercury, The results indicate the percent that is of each species, including elemental mercury. So of the samples that we speciated, the elemental mercury concentrations or percentages, fractions, ranged from 0 to 10%, and actually the average was 6, around 6%. So I slightly misspoke earlier. Elemental mercury is the species of total mercury that tends to get the most attention on sites like this because it is the species that is volatile. And as far as, you know, what is 10% normal or average, you know, every site is different based on the history of operations that may have led to mercury being released to the environment. In addition, the species can change over time depending on exposure to and interaction with other contaminants and other constituents in the subsurface.
I get that, but I'm just trying to clarify, you know, the percentage makes it sound like it's a small amount. How often do you see you know, it's a neurotoxin in that form, in that species. How often do you see that species present on a brownfield site? I mean, 6% makes it sound like it's not a big deal. I'm trying to understand what you mean by that.
To be very honest, this is the first BCP site out of 30 plus that I've been working on where I have been asked to speciate mercury. So this is, you know, I can't really compare this to other sites.
Okay, so then it's fair to say that it's unusual.
I'm sorry. Mimi, when you're saying it's 6%, you're saying 6% of the parts per million.
The total. I believe it's 6% of the total.
Right. So if you had 10 parts per million, only 6% of that would have been elemental mercury based on that. So I think that just to clarify for the general public, that you know, when they're saying a percentage, it's not a percentage of the whole of the site. It's a percentage of the parts per million that they're, or parts per billion that they are finding. So, you know, if it was 100 parts per million, 6 parts per million of that would have been elemental mercury.
Right, that's correct. And our dominant form of mercury were mercury salts, which is a non-volatile form.
And I'd like to mention, with all the different sites that there are in New York City and around the state, we do see mercury. We see mercury in a lot of sites. It's not just in this site here. That is certainly a consideration. And there may not always be speciation because we may not have indication of there being potentially elemental mercury there. But we see mercury in the fill, especially in New York City and around.
Right, but Scarlett, why would you find, I mean, Mimi's saying this is unprecedented, right? You don't speciate because there's no reason to think that the mercury would be elemental. I mean, when historic fill doesn't have that form of mercury, correct? So it's not typical.
I wouldn't say that it's unprecedented to speciate. I would say that we don't always ask for that extra step to be taken to speciate if it is something that's, you know, not necessarily one of the main contaminants associated with the site. If there's sporadic hits here and there that are, you know, slightly above what our soil cleanup objectives are, we still would have those be addressed as part of the cleanup, but it wouldn't necessarily be something that we would ask for speciation. So, I mean, our levels are set pretty low for our soil cleanup objectives for mercury, and it may not be present in sufficient quantity or concentration on the site to warrant that additional step.
And one of my colleagues did speciate mercury as well on his site, which had, you know, total mercury in the thousands of parts per million, which is far greater than, order of magnitude greater than what we have here.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Maggie. And Elaine Kennedy.
Yes. Am I muted?
No, we can hear you, Elaine. Welcome.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Alice. Thanks for hosting this meeting tonight. Thanks for everybody for participating. I just want to say thank you to Laura and Keith for bringing up the COVID situation in the schools. That was an important part that should be considered, which isn't mentioned in the RAWP. And I want to reinforce some things that Lawrence said, asking for a task force stakeholder meetings. We've been asking for these things for 2 years from the very beginning. This is a community that is involved. We want information. Information helps us calm down, calm people, helps us calm down, and we're very involved in this situation. And as Lawrence pointed out, you know, on the one hand, you're saying, oh, we have this community's best interests at heart, trust us. On the other hand, your actions are saying, no, we have to beg for an extension, you know, during this time. We have to get electeds involved in the extension. We have to, you know, we have to ask for a public meeting. So on the one hand, you're saying, trust us, we have your best interests in heart, but your actions, which speak louder than words, are telling us not to trust you. And this is a problem since the beginning of this whole process, which was 2 years ago when we first found out about the mercury in the schools and whatever. And this is something that has to be attended to. We're not going to go away, and we're going to keep making demands because we have to make a demand because we're not being heard. And I appreciate everybody who's on this panel, on Scarlett and Heidi and all your efforts, but you have to understand how we interpret when you say, well, it's only 30 days and we can only give you a 30-day extension, and that's the statute. You know, that doesn't work. And as Michael pointed out, a lot of the problems here are psychological and they are not data driven. So, and bureaucratic deadlines being imposed on this community makes everything worse. The more cooperation we have, the more information we have, the more we will be, and the investigation went through without a hitch. And the only other technical thing I have to say is the camp monitors, which Mimi refers to as robust. When I was down there, I talked to on site during the investigation, and we talked about those camp monitors because one of them had gone out and it was out for 30 minutes before anybody knew it was out. Was that these camp monitors are subject to all kinds of weather conditions such as temperature, heat, humidity. So over reliance on camp monitors, you know, without someone with a handheld detector going around, it doesn't reassure us. And I had a firsthand experience with that. But thank you, everyone, for this opportunity.
Thanks, Elaine. Any comment? Sorry.
Sorry. I just want to say thanks, Elaine. Yep, I remember meeting you early on in the process, and you know, we certainly do try to engage the community as much as possible. We want you to reach out if you have questions or concerns. You know, we're always available if you have, you know, want to give us a call or send us an email or whatnot. But as far as the camp goes, you know, we're not relying on just one station. That's why we have such duplication around. We have 6 different stations. We have the mobile one as well. And we also have monitoring that goes on right in the work zone as well. A lot of sites that don't have quite as much population around typically would have 1 upwind and 2 downwind. Here we have gone way above that. We've gone way above that to make sure that we have that duplication. We have that additional information
redundancy
gathered in case there is some sort of an issue like what you noted right there, because you're right. I mean, machines, different equipment can fail at times, and that's why we want all of that duplication, so we feel doubly confident, you know, that we're going to see any issues. It's going to be reflected in the data that are gathered so we can address them as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thanks again. We have 3 more speakers before we can complete this review. So that is before you, Stacy Shupp. Hi, Stacy.
Hi, thank you. I do have a couple of questions I could use some clarification and perhaps some follow-up on. Some of the reasons we're asking for more time, community meetings, and for it to be remediated when the children and teachers are not around, as the gentleman said earlier. Given the unique characteristics of the site at the seaport, I think Michael's question was a fair one, and I think it was Maggie that might have followed up in getting some security and knowing what other locations have you remediated that are just like this. I have to say I was finding the answers to be somewhat unsatisfactory. Is the other location you referenced that's near a school, but if it's not in Manhattan, then it's not probably on cobblestones that are just a few feet away from 2 schools and subject to strong winds from the water, contaminated with elemental mercury, and smack in the middle of a flood evacuation zone that we know is subject to flash flooding, as we've seen in the past few months, at any time. So I'm not really hearing that you've done something exactly like this. Would that be fair?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're absolutely right. There are no 2 sites that are identical. We have to take the experience that we get from all different kinds of sites with different surrounding communities, different potential receptors, different contaminants, different media, soil or groundwater or whatnot that's contaminated, and take all of that into account. That's one of the reasons that we have such thorough reviews and evaluations done at this site, at these sites. There's many sites in New York City. Lots and lots of sites, lots of industry that's been there. And as you know, there's high population, there's schools all over, and most of these sites have schools or other sensitive receptors right next to them. They may not be all identical, or there may not be a site that's just like this, but there are lots of sites with different factors that are similar that, we take all the information, the experience that we have with those and pull that all together and take that into account as we're reviewing the site. And we do take it very, very seriously. It's, and I appreciate what you're saying there. And I'm sorry if I made it sound like, we have nothing like this before, and it sounded like we were inexperienced in this. But the fact of the matter is there's, I think, over 1,200 sites in my regions. And, we've seen quite a few things, but we're still, we still continue to learn as we go, but we take all of that experience back to each individual project that we work on.
Right. And when I was talking about, I just needed to clarify, Broome Street is very close. It's right there in Lower Manhattan, on the Lower East Side. I just wanted to clarify because this is recorded that particular site, mercury was not the primary contaminant of concern there. That was the volatile organics. But again, it's something, that was volatile. It's in a community with high density population. That was the question. And so that was the site that I know is currently in the final stages of remediation, and it's not very far away from where you are now. That was to show that we do have experience on how you do a remediation in a very high densely populated area in a flood zone. And there is, I believe it's community centers. I'm not positive if there's a school right on it, but there are other sites within the 5 boroughs where the schools are adjoining remediation sites. So while yours is unique in that where it is in and of itself, every site is different, but we do have a lot of experience in working in the areas and understanding how to protect the population. And that's what we were trying to get across.
And I can appreciate that. I'm curious, have either of you, Heidi, have you toured the site personally? Have you seen what it is I'm referencing?
I haven't toured 250 Water Street in and of itself as 250 Water Street. I came in just as COVID hit. I have been in that very vicinity outside of that, but I do know the area well, and I know other areas of New York City also. So, but and I know I've actually been to 250 Water Street because we were just doing a Google Earth walk through there, and I was showing people around. But I do know your area. I understand your area. I understand your concerns. We do understand that, you know, why you ask about the truck routes. We understand your concerns with community air monitoring. And that's why Scarlett and I and Sarita and Rafi, you know, we meet on this site all the time. We discuss the data. We are making sure that everything is in place to protect you. I understand you have concerns, and you know, rightly so. You know, it is your life down there, and we're not being trivial about it in any way, shape, or form. You know, I too was part of a PTA when my kids were in school. I understand what it's like. I understand your concerns, and you know, we are reviewing and making sure that everything is safe for you guys.
Yeah, and before COVID time, sometimes some of us were able to come down a little bit earlier and see the site. So we do have had, you know, boots on the ground there. We have, I believe we met in person, Megan and Grace, and you know, a few of the representatives, but that was before we all felt a little bit more comfortable at times in the virtual meetings and various travel restrictions.
Well, I
But don't
appreciate
worry,
the
we'll be down there.
Thank you.
We will be down there before the remedy starts, and that we, you know, we will be meeting with everybody down there.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments, and I won't belabor it. But I not hearing that you're really getting an answer of a place that even kind of comes close to having mercury, elemental mercury, that close to a school, and adding a layer of an actual flood zone. This lot has been underwater. I've been evacuated from my home that is right across the street, but much higher elevation. So again, these are reasons why we're asking for a little bit more time, because it's one of those things where you've worked on some with 2 of these features or 3 of those features, but having 10 of those features all together, I think would warrant a little bit more time. The other question is, I was a little confused because the community's been asking for tenting for a number of reasons since day one. And the only thing I've ever heard mentioned was that it was too expensive. I've never heard that it was too dangerous to tent. So I guess I'm a little confused if it's not dangerous enough to tent, then how is it too dangerous to tent for workers? It's just not totally adding up for me.
Okay, I think that maybe it was a little bit out of context. All construction has, and that was again something that I did. Every type of construction has its inherent health and safety concerns, and at this point in time, you know, to work in a tent has its own health and safety concerns versus working without a tent. And at this point in time, there hasn't been any data that is indicative of needing to have a tent over the site. There are, you know, putting a tent over the site from a construction standpoint where it prohibits some of the equipment that can be used in there. Equipment has to be changed. Tents have to be vented too. It's not as if it's a self-contained entity in and of itself. So there's a whole lot of other things that go along with the tent that, you know, they have to have air handling systems in that. And with those things would also come noise. So it's not like it's going to prohibit noise and things like that. So those are the things that what I was talking about. But most importantly, at this point in time, there hasn't been any data that's been collected on the site that has warranted the need for the work to be completed in a tent, to go to that extra step and all the other extra controls that would have to go on to that.
My
I'm going to have to we're going to have to move things along. So if I'm going to give one more question here, but I would love it if one person, one question, and a kind of 2-minute exchange would be helpful at this point. We're at 2 hours and 20 minutes. Thanks. Sorry, go ahead, Stacey. You had another aspect to your question, or?
Oh, yes, thank you. I didn't know if I was being cut off. The last one I just added was because I did not know of these foams, and I wanted to let you know how triggering it is for people who have lived through 9/11 and may suffer from PTSD to hear any comments that are just maybe not intentionally so, but trust us. I don't know what's in it, but I'm sure it's fine. I just looked it up and I can't find anything. And I would like to know what chemicals are in these foams. Please get back to us with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Stacy. Okay, we have a number of people who just added in. I'm going to ask that people do not repeat questions or information that's already been provided, if you would be so kind. So I have a board member here, Wendy Chapman, my co-chair. I think it's Wendy, but maybe it's a different Wendy.
Yeah, I think
Wendy?
it's a different Wendy, but
Okay, sorry, Wendy Chapman. So
hey,
Wendy,
no problem. I'm listening intently.
Okay, Wendy.
Hi, I would just like to say the community is asking for an extension. Please allow us to have one and think of our children. Thank you.
Those are very key, critical, and succinct points. Thanks, Wendy. Camille C.
Hi, I would like to quickly add that I would urge anyone involved in the scheduling process for this to try and work around the school day. I have a unique perspective here because I was a student across the street from the development of the northern part of Battery Park City. And when I was a student, a large part of my school year one year was taken up with evacuations and fumes and people fainting. And it was incredibly disruptive, incredibly toxic. And kids never get a voice in these things. So I'm sort of back to this place where I want to give my kid a voice and say, please work around him. He's required to be in that building during those hours. He can't leave. He can't say, hey, can you close the window? Hey, can we change classrooms? Because this is facing, like a smoky open thing where the alarms have just gone off, but it's too late because I'm already breathing the smoke. So certainly for all the other parents out there, yeah, it was awful when I was a kid across the street from remediation and massive construction. And I think that everyone here is working hard and fighting the good fight. And I really hope that we're heard on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have 2 left. So Joanne Gorman.
Hi, Alice, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. It would be great if everyone else could put their hands down because I've lost track at this point. It would be great if you could just bring your hand down if you've already spoken, and welcome, Joanne.
Yeah, just really quickly, it's the streets around this site, except for Pearl Street, are very narrow. What I know you've addressed a lot of what you do if there are problems within the site. What if there's an emergency introduced from outside the site? A water main breaks, a fire breaks out. What relationship do you have with our city government to make sure that everything is clear, that the site gets closed down and emergency access has the ability to get to where it has to be to address the issues?
Those should be addressed in the site health and safety plan. That would be part of their emergency coordination and how that would work. I don't have that plan in front of me. I don't know, Mimi, if you know about it on the top of your head. I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I don't know offhand.
But that's usually part of the whole, there has to be a health and safety evaluation where all the emergency phone numbers are and how, it works both ways. If there's an emergency on the site and if there's an emergency in the area and things need to be evacuated and things like that, there is a coordination and that would be up to the site.
Yeah, can you tell me if you had to close down a site, how long would be the longest time it would take to both notify everybody in the area and to actually close down the site safely? Do you have ranges? Has this ever happened?
The only reason that I would know that anything would be, are we talking about if there was an emergency in the area, or you're talking about an emergency on the site?
emergency that would affect the site. If there was a fire in a building around it, if there was a water main break that was pouring water into the site, if there was a flood from enormous storms. How long would it take you? I mean, just a range. Is it an hour? Is it a day to close down a site safely?
Well, I guess it would depend on where it is within the remediation, but essentially what they would, and I don't have their plan in front of me, so I'm kind of speaking in a generality. But each of the different types of situations would have different types of things. Obviously, if there's a water main that's broken in the area, they're going to contact New York City and coordinate with them to ensure that water that is coming into the site is stopped, and that they can then pump it out, treat it, and dispose of it. If there is, and if they need to if the police need them to shut down the site, that would be coordinated with the police, and they would have to just shut the site down as if it was, a normal end of workday. I'm not sure, a fire in the area would be the same type of thing. They would work and coordinate with the local officials. But, the site's going to be secured every night during the remedial action anyway. So it would just be that type of thing, and depending on what the needs were of the area, if that helps. It's kind of hard to answer a question that's a little bit open-ended like that, but
it's just that the streets are so small around that area, except for Pearl Street, and Pearl Street's a heavily trafficked area. So if we have a problem in that area, we're going to have massive blockades. We're going to have to evacuate people from schools and such, and emergency vehicles may not even be able to get into the area. So that's
and I don't think that the site being under construction that would be prohibiting that in any way, shape, or form versus the way it is right now, because it's business as usual around the site. So I don't think that there isn't any kind of, my best knowledge, any reason why those would be impacted at all.
Thank you.
Sorry if I'm not being clear, but I'm trying to think of how to best say it. The site is going to be a self-contained type situation. There will be traffic leaving the site, but it wouldn't be much more than, cars coming in and out of a site or in and out of an area anyway. The trucks will be, coordinated to that extent. And then, the traffic around there is going to be the normal traffic that you see on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joanne. Thanks, Heidi. Okay, we're going to entertain any more additions at this point. So I see one more person is added in now at this late hour, so I'll allow that. Jess McCool, and then we'll have Reed Super, and then we'll close it out. Jess?
Hi, thanks. I bounced back and had to come back in on a different phone. I've been here for a little bit. I'm a parent of 2 Blue School children. I have a 1st grader and I have a 5th grader. We've been in the community for about 6 years, so I've heard a lot about this over the years. And Grace has been really informative. I have to reiterate the sentiment of the former parent that was speaking earlier, Nick. I think it's quite concerning to even be considering this type of work being done while the children are in school. I don't know if it's been mentioned here tonight, but Blue School has gone back to having the entire school there, and that starts with the children that are as young as 2 years old all the way up to 8th graders. So we're at full capacity this year, which we weren't in previous years because half the kids were at a different location. So I don't really have a question. I just would really like to go on the record just saying that there's a lot of very concerned parents at Blue School that this type of work would even be considered being begun while the children are in school. And there's just been so many requests for why can't this be started in the summer, which makes much more logical sense to keep all these children as safe as possible. I mean, my 1st grader's window faces that street. He's literally like 20 feet away from where you're going to be breaking ground. And he's on the 3rd floor. So that wind is basically going to be going directly towards them. And, you know, it's just shocking. So it's more of a comment, really.
Jess, thanks very much for updating us on the Blue School. We haven't heard and about your being in session at all, and we really appreciate it. Okay, last speaker or questioner, Reed Super.
Thank you, Alice. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect, thanks.
Okay, great. So Reed Super Law Group. I'm counsel for the Seaport Coalition. And I have a few questions following up on points that have been made before. These are related questions and really for Heidi and DEC. But before the first question, I just want to make a point about the way we read the remedial investigation report regarding mercury vapor, which is that mercury vapor was found not only in screening of the core of the soil, but also at the perimeter monitoring stations, and also when purging the air out of the tubes. And it's likely that the air purged out of the tubes coming from mercury impacted soil areas is mercury vapor from the soil. I don't know why the laboratory results showed non-detect for mercury, and I think that was air that was pumped through a membrane and then tested in the lab. I don't know why that was when the other 3 different reading points showed mercury vapor, but that requires more investigation, not less. And to be conservative, one would, of course, take those 3 different types of reading with mercury vapor as meaning that there's mercury vapor here, not that there's non-detectable mercury vapor. And I do believe, again, from reading the remedial investigation report, that the mercury vapor was above the action level of 1 microgram per cubic meter on several different dates and in all of these different types of testing. The dates were July 27th, July 28th, and July 9th from our read. So if I've gotten some of that wrong, Heidi, or maybe I'll pause and please tell me why I'm wrong. Otherwise, I want to ask a couple questions.
Well, I don't have the report open in front of me, so I can't answer specifically to the data that you're questioning. I know that we did have low-level detections, and I think that was discussed earlier. But correct me if I'm wrong, Scarlett or Mimi, but I don't remember reading that we had an exceedance.
We didn't, not of camp thresholds, which are based on 15-minute averages. They're not based on instantaneous readings.
Okay, and we are, and I understand your concerns with the mercury vapor, and it's been, as we've discussed through the night, and I understand that it is the major concern. That's part of what we're going to be looking at with the test pits, and the information will be made available. We'll be sharing it with everybody. Laura, Keith, Community Board 1, and with DOH will be hand in hand with us reviewing it, and it's a multi-step process. They'll have the camp going, they'll have the handheld, and we will be taking readings in the pits. At least that's my understanding of the work that's going to be proposed. Again, we haven't seen it. We will review it. Scarlett will review it. DOH, their mercury expert, will review it and make sure that we have sufficient control and the data needed to develop or modify the camp as needed.
All right, so thank you, Heidi. That goes really directly to my question for DEC. I mean, the test pits really should have been done during the investigation. They're part of the investigation. The RDI, the I in RDI is investigation. They were going to be phase 6 in the remedial investigation. It didn't happen. And I understand now you're saying they're going to happen. And somebody said, why does it matter whether it's before or after? But it's a big difference if you're deferring it later, because this is the public comment period, for one thing. The RDI, both the work plan, the investigation itself, and the remedial design investigation report, the memorandum, And anything that the DEC and DOH do after would be after the public comment period if you close that on September 30th or even October 15th. Secondly, DEC is going to approve the RAP, right? You're going to approve a final RAP and you're going to issue a decision document. And if you do that before the remedial design investigation, before that work plan, before the work before the investigation, before the test pits, and before the monitoring, you've already given those approvals. Now, I know you're saying you're going to stay involved, you're going to review it, but it can't be that approving the RAP and issuing the decision document isn't, an important step, maybe the most important step in approving this cleanup. So my question is, will DEC consider not approving the RAP and not issuing the design document until after the remedial design investigation work is done and you've seen the results of the test pits?
I think that the current remedial action work plan has built into it that as the data is coming in from the remedial design investigation, the camp will be modified as needed, and that the actual remedy that is proposed in the remedial action work plan and that would be documented in the decision document is robust and would address the contamination at site. The implementation of the monitoring of that work that would be part of the decision document, we have, as DEC and DOH, we have the authority to take that and to modify that camp based on the information that's coming in, so that the remedy itself, and based on the comments that I'm hearing tonight, the remedy itself, the excavation and the remediation of the site, it isn't so much the concern as it is making sure that the camp is robust enough to have the remedy completed and protect human health and the environment in the area. Again, the information that's coming after the public comment period as part of the remedial design investigation is all to refine the means and methods to actually implement the remedy. It's not changing the remedy. The remedy is to excavate the soil, to attract to cleanup. They're excavating between, I want to say, 15 and 18 feet across the site, removing the mercury and the historic fill and the petroleum and PCB impacts. They've also proposed some groundwater treatment if it's needed, if there's some source area that's remaining in the one area at great depth that they may not be able to get to, or if they can't get to greater than 18 feet. But the comments with concerns on the air monitoring aren't actually changing the actual remedial elements. So while I understand your concern, I think that it should also be noted that we meaning DEC and DOH and through that extension, through Laura Dodge, and that you will have that ability to discuss that data through the camp and make sure that the monitoring is sufficient.
So is that a no, that DEC won't consider withholding the approval on the RAP?
I'm going to bring it back. I'm not at such a level that I can give you the yes or no on that. I will bring it back. At this point in time, I can tell you that we came out, the reason that we put the remedial action work plan out for public comment is that we believe that it addresses the contamination on site, it protects human health and the environment, and that it's a robust remedy for this particular parcel. I'm going to bring back all of the comments. We're going to discuss them. We're going to address them. I will bring back the question is, would DEC postpone or review of the final review of the remedial action work plan until such time that the remedial design investigation is completed? I can't answer that question. Would we or wouldn't we? That's a discussion that would still have to be had. Okay, no, I appreciate that. I mean, I heard for other things you take it back, and until just now I didn't hear you would take that one back, so I appreciate it. But I would just say it's, it was the test pit
excavations that got deferred. It wouldn't be deferring the approvals. I mean, those things should have happened in the remedial investigation. So those are deferred. This would just restore, the normal sequence here. And, there's also going to be a revised draft RAP, I presume, at least one presented to DEC. Is it DEC's intention to share that with the community monitor and with the other engineers representing the community?
Well, they have given us the current RAP is with us for review. So what we'll do is we're going to, once the public comments are received, we'll review them, we'll evaluate them, and then we will request modifications to the remedial action work plan as appropriate. And then request that be final. And based on that, we would write a decision document. So at this point in time, there isn't really, I'm not anticipating there being multiple iterations. I think that so far the comments have been pretty, at least the ones that have been voiced in the meeting have been pretty straightforward, and they, are going to require discussion on our end, but I don't foresee many multiple iterations of the document at this time. But again, we haven't gotten all the comments, so it's kind of hard for me to.
Yeah, the written comment deadline hasn't happened yet, but you said voiced in the meeting. I'm sorry, that was a meeting among DC and DOH, or with the applicant as well? I'm not sure what meeting you're talking about. This meeting we're in today?
Internal meetings. Okay. I'm sorry, you're breaking up. Could you repeat that?
You mentioned comments voiced in a meeting, and I was just wondering if that's an internal meeting.
Oh, the meeting that we're having right now. It's the public meeting, the comments that we've received here, and then we'll review also the comments that are submitted in writing. It'll be an internal meeting between DEC and DOH that reviews the comments.
And have you gotten written comments from DOH yet in an email or a letter, or is that still to come?
DOH has reviewed and has concurred on that the remedy is had reached. I'm sorry, it's been a long night. I ran out of something to drink already. The RAP was reviewed by both DEC and DOH prior to going out for public comment. So we've reviewed it. We've agreed that the remedy meets our substantial requirements. We will take the comments that we receive tonight in the public meeting and those that we receive in writing. We will go back. Each of the agencies will review the comments and we will discuss them. And then based on those comments and our review, we will supply comments and possible requests for changes to the remedy based on that as appropriate. Not having all the comments, I can't really say what we're going to do.
Okay, and do you do that in writing or on the phone, conveying DEC's and DOH's comments to the applicant?
We do those in writing.
Okay. All right, those are all my questions. Thank you very much, Heidi, and everyone else for taking the time.
I just like to jump in real quick. It was my understanding, Heidi, like the way the draft remedial investigation work plan process went, that after the public comment period, after DEC and DOH asked the applicant at Langen at EGT to make the changes, that revised document was then provided to the community monitor and the Blue Schools consultant, not out for public comment, but back to the professionals, with the understanding that DEC was looking to the community monitor and the environmental consultant for the Blue School to be sure that the changes that were made to that document were going to enable us to go back to our respective clients and give them our thumbs up that we're comfortable. And actually Mike Komorowski specifically asked for both Tom Facillo on behalf of the Blue School and I on behalf of the Seaport Coalition and now CB1, but essentially the same role. He wanted that in an email from us saying, yes, we agree that these changes reflect what we're comfortable with, and we can now go back to our clients and say, we're satisfied. So I would think that would definitely be a step that would take place here, given how much more extensive this scope of work is relative to just the RI activity. And I would, echo Reed's comment. And I made a comment earlier in my first initial comments about the fact that I recognize the fact that the remedial design investigation work plan is not a deliverable under the BCP program that would be subject to public comment. So I kind of held back in my, making a comment like Reed made, that perhaps this document should be, approved or even implemented before the remedial action work plan is approved. But I do think at a bare minimum that the draft remedial design investigation work plan should be drafted as quickly as possible. I think Langen had started working on it already. I don't know how far it got. And I think everybody would be benefiting from the fact that if that document had been taken a little farther, maybe some of the things that are being questioned now could have been more specifically addressed. And that's, as a lot of the commenters have commented on, a lot of the residents and a lot of the stakeholders, it's the uncertainty. It's the not knowing. And as I don't know if it was Maggie Dalal or Megan or one of the other parents that mentioned the fact that, or Elaine, I think it was Elaine, who said, and this happened during the RI implementation, the level of concern came down significantly as the communications went up and as the public was being informed as to every day what was happening and had an opportunity to see the data and had an opportunity to ask questions in real time. That's why I asked about the daily reports being monitored, because that was a definite plus. I mean, clearly, to the extent that the communication is high, the concern is addressed, and I think that's what really should happen here. The level of effort, the potential
Laura,
risks
I'm sorry,
are
I
so
don't
much greater.
mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I think that in the length of the everything here, I think we've already agreed we would share the data with you, and it's right. That we weren't putting. I think the question that had been asked by Reed was, were we going to put another comment, or we were going to put another document out for review? There wouldn't be another document out for review. We would have discussions, and as we have before, we would let you know what's going to change and run those and discuss those with you.
And that's
that was never the intent.
Okay.
Yeah. And
that's
so,
what I'm just trying to get
with the remedial.
Across.
Right. And with the remedial design investigation, and I just want to make this clear, it's to inform the actual implementation of the remedy. It's not to change the remedy. And I think that everybody has been pretty, to the extent that the comments that we've received verbally, the actual remedy in and of itself, it addresses the contamination, both in as protective of human health and the environment, that the questions that we've received pretty much are on the community air monitoring plan and ensuring that it's robust enough to protect the public, and that and how the actual implementation of it is going to go. And those
question.
are
no question. And I'm not talking. Yeah. I'm not talking about the scope of the remediation. I'm talking about informing the way that the remediation will be implemented. And we completely understand that that's what the RDI is for. And that's where the concern lies, because we want to have a better understanding of the procedures that are going to be used during the implementation of the remedy. So that's where a lot of the concern still lies. So I'm happy to hear you saying that we should have, Tom Facillo and I don't know what Keith's role is going to be, because he's new to the project, but, perhaps he would also be included in that process. To have that back and forth, as Reed indicated, at least at a minimum for the professionals representing the community to be able to provide input on that before it's finalized. I would appreciate that. I know the community would and CB1 would. So thank you.
Thank you all very, very much. It's been quite a marathon here on the topic and at this public meeting. I think I think for next steps, I think this idea of a public meeting seems critical, with, Laura putting it well, that the level of concern goes down when the level of community engagement goes up. with that in mind, I think it's critical that we have the monthly meetings that have been asked for, call it a task force, whatever, with leadership and stakeholders involved, so that we can keep abreast of next steps with all the questions that have been presented in comments tonight, beginning to get sussed out and answered. So if we could get back, if you could get back to us on a schedule for those meetings, that would be great. Also, the October 15th deadline, which has been, reiterated numerous times, which we're hopeful will be honored. And other questions specific to other locations in the New York City area with similar conditions, and any other, the numerous questions that were asked that you had responded to, being able to get back to us, but I know those were on the top of the pile. And I would encourage all folks here to please provide the comments in a timely fashion. We certainly will be doing that on the community's behalf. And so if you want to send them to the community board, to Diana Sweetie and myself, that's one way to do it. Or to, of course, go directly and send them to DEC. So I think that Diana we will have on our, if we don't already, on our website, clear indications as to how to do that. And I think that that's it for this public meeting and this item on the agenda. I cannot thank you all enough. Every one of you has been stellar and incredibly edifying, including all of the community members. For better, for worse, this is not the end of the meeting for many of us, because we are moving on to Lower Manhattan Coastal Resiliency. One thing that we did want to ask Heidi, I'm getting a number of texts and emails and such, inviting you to come as early as this week or next week, to come to the site and get a walkthrough and visit and sort of see the actual conditions. And we're wondering if you could spare the time to do that. I think a lot of people would be very encouraged by that if you could do that at the next meeting point. So just a question.
I'll look at my schedule. I can't.
We'll make it.
I appreciate the offer. I have been to the area. I haven't been to the area since I took over from Mike Komorowski, but I am familiar with the area, and I appreciate the offer. And like I said, I would be at the site. I can't guarantee that I'll be there in the next 2 weeks, but I will be coming to visit.
Okay, so let us know when that will be so we can welcome you, and thank you very much again. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments? Otherwise, I'm going to close out agenda item 1 and move on to agenda item 2. And thank you all again. And thank you also for those folks on agenda item 2. Oh my goodness, Will Fisher and the whole team there for being so patient. So we're going to, I think, say thank you and good night to 250 Water Street Brownfield cleanup folks, and move on to.
Thank you.
Thank you again to Langan and DCDOH. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Okay, my goodness. As I know was indicated to you, this was not the best night to be presenting this, and now you have proof. So anyway, thanks. Nice to see you all. So I'm not sure who is presenting what, but this, for those of us, particularly the committee members, this is the Battery Wharf project that will go in front of the Public Design Commission very soon. So our comments will be needed on this pretty soon. So that is the purpose of tonight's meeting, and take it away, whoever's taking it away, and thank you again for your patience.
Great, good evening. Hello, Alice, members of the committee. I'm Will Fisher. I know many of you. Alice, it feels like just 7 or 8 days ago, we had another late night at a different committee, so it's great to see you again and everyone else here. So thank you for having us back. I think we're able to get this on the agenda on somewhat short notice, so I appreciate that as well. We have some exciting updates to share, and I believe Amy has the presentation, so we could put that first slide up here, and I'll hand it over after a very brief introduction. So we're glad to be moving forward on one of several Lower Manhattan Coastal Resiliency projects. This project that we're presenting tonight is specifically the battery section. So we have a sea level rise intervention project that will both address the failing pier, or excuse me, the failing wharf structure that we have there today, which needs to be reconstructed anyway, and also raise it by an amount that will help protect the park from sea level rise until the end of the century. We are very excited to have a talented team here from EDC, from the Parks Department, and from Stantec, which is our design engineering firm. We probably have too many people to introduce everybody individually, so I would just ask that presenters on our team please say your name and title when you begin. And for folks on the committee, we do have a bit of a lengthy presentation here. I believe it's about 50 slides. The community board has a copy of this, so I'm sure folks can review it on their own time as well, since we do have a good amount of detail. But of course, given the hour, we will try to be quick up front and then take your questions. And like Alice said, we are taking this project to the preliminary design phase at the Public Design Commission in October. So we would welcome your comments now, but this is by no means the last opportunity to comment. So thanks in advance. Stantec, over to you.
Thanks, Will, and good evening. Thank you all. Hear me okay? Great.
Yes.
Okay. So over the last 6 months, we came here in March. We've advanced the project to the preliminary design phase, and tonight we're here to share our updates, as Will said. My name is Greg Spritch. I'm a civil engineer, and I'm the project manager for the Stantec team. Joining me tonight is Amy Seek, our lead landscape architect. As we discussed in the last meeting, the battery project fits into the broader Lower Manhattan Coastal Resiliency Initiative that you are all familiar of, linking together with all of these projects to provide flood protection for Lower Manhattan. The project location is limited to the wharf itself. We are very focused on keeping our project limit as narrow and as small as possible, thus minimizing disturbances to the park amenities, the historic structures, the monuments, and trees. I think we all know the wharf is in poor condition, and due to its critical condition, several areas of the wharf are closed to the public right now. So we are reconstructing this failing structure, and in doing so, the wharf will be raised to a higher elevation to account for sea level rise over the next 80 years. Well, sea levels have been rising for 150 years. What is new, however, is the rate at which sea level is rising in just the last 30 years due to climate change. That's shown in that pink line on the right side of the graph. And while we zoom in on that pink line, this graph extrapolates mean high water over the 4 scenarios that are outlined by the New York Panel on Climate Change. And as we discussed in our last meeting, and just as a reminder, this project is designing to the 90th percentile scenario, which projects over 6 feet of sea level rise by 2100. And it also aligns with the wharf's proposed serviceable life. But we also looked at the implication of reconstructing this wharf in kind at the same elevation as it is today. In the coming slides, we'll show you how what that means for the Battery Park and for the Esplanade if the wharf were to remain at its current day elevation. So present day, mean high water is about 3.5 feet below the top of the Esplanade. But by 2050, that raises to about 1 foot below the Esplanade, and we would be seeing inundation in the boat slips that service Manhattan by Sail, that service Statue Cruises, of course. And then by 2080, that daily tidal inundation is reaching a foot over the Esplanade each day. And then by 2100, we're seeing 2.5 feet due to the inundation. So those previous slides showed what the battery would experience should we reconstruct the wharf without accounting for sea level rise. And it's just important to note that if those projections are met, or if those occur, not only would we be seeing those foot or 2.5 feet of inundation, it would be happening twice a day and about in 4-hour occurrences. So as I noted, our design criteria is looking at sea level rise over the next 80 years. This is the existing section as it is today, with mean high water about 2.3. When we add in that 90th percentile sea level rise, that brings us up to approximately 8.5. We evaluated the height of the waves generated by boats in the harbor. And then we added a factor of safety of approximately 1 foot to bring the proposed wharf elevation to elevation 11, which is approximately, or which is about 5 feet above the existing wharf elevation today. So it's important to note that although the battery and the other Lower Manhattan coastal resiliency projects have different design criteria, they still connect to form an integrated set of resilience projects. The battery's design elevation, as I mentioned, is elevation 11, and that will be constructed predominantly at the face of the wharf along a new esplanade. And the other Lower Manhattan projects are focused more on coastal storm surge or the 100-year storm surge event, and are set at a much higher elevation, above even elevation 18. And we can see those relationships in section here. You can see the wharf being raised to elevation 11 on the right side of the screen. And then on the left side of the section, you can see, for instance, the South Battery Park City Resiliency Project raising to about 18.5 towards the back of the screen, in this case by Battery Place.
And I'm Amy Seek. I just want to check you can hear me okay.
Yep, good.
Okay, and I'm going to, I'm a landscape architect on the project, and my focus is on how this project integrates back with the existing park. And I'm going to go through quickly the slides, several slides that you've seen before, just for site orientation. So we know that our site is along the waterfront from Peary to the Coast Guard building, and the access to the wharf is happening through circulation through the park and through steps and go down to the wharf. The typical section shows that wharf is 2.5 feet lower than the existing park grade. And the boat access happens along the waterfront. The Gardens of Remembrance sit high at the park elevation of 8.5. And the Bosque Pathway sits behind that with a row of mature plane trees along the edge. Lots of different seating options on the wharf, and this is something that we're taking into consideration, backed benches and as well as backless benches. Views are another thing that we're taking into consideration. There are incidental views throughout the park, as far up as the street, depending on the season. And so that incidental view of the water is really important to us, as well as the intentional and framed views, like this one from the East Coast Memorial looking out to the Statue of Liberty. So looking at just the general condition, the black line shows the existing wharf, the way that it steps down from the park grade, and that's shown here, where that stepping down gives us this nice foreground of water. And when we are going to reverse that and step up, we are going to lose the foreground, but we'll maintain the horizon of water. And then last, we are taking into consideration the vessel activity, including New York Water Taxi and statue cruises going to the Statue of Liberty. So our design goals haven't changed. As Greg mentioned, we are preparing for climate change, in particular sea level rise for the year 2100 by elevating the wharf by 5 feet. We are continuing to support site uses and trying to prioritize and even increase universal design. And we are preserving and enhancing park character. And this is in large part by minimizing our impacts to the landmarks and monuments and artworks and trees and the park itself. So our design concept, I will go into, and this is showing an existing, a view of the existing site just for reference. And much of this work is developed in the details, so it looks quite similar to what you saw before. This is showing our proposed site, and I will walk through the different areas in more detail. But just to, the language of our diagram has ramps, which means slopes at 8.33%. With handrails, those are in yellow here throughout the site. The darker green shows the new planting that we're introducing, and the seating is represented in orange and magenta. So we'll start at Pier A, and this is where we're tying in to the BPCA resilience work. So here in the enlargement, you can see the existing site on the left and our proposed conditions on the right. And we're showing the BPCA resilience work as an existing condition on Pier A Plaza. So that we will be tying in, the BPCA is elevating along the street up to elevation 11. And we will be tying into that grade 11 through a berm that runs along this alignment to the wharf, which is also at 11. So that kind of seals the site. This just highlights that. This seals the site for that sea level rise protection. We will step up to the berm through step seating along the Pier A Plaza. And on the other side, we'll retain the berm with a seat wall. So circulation between the park and Pier A will happen through these ramps. So this is going up from 8 up to 11 and then back down to the +6, which is the existing grade of the Pier A Plaza. We also have a ramp that will be coming down from the BPCA, from the elevated Pier A Plaza down to the existing site. And this is a view standing near the street on the elevated Pier A Plaza, looking out to the water. And here you can see the step seating along the berm, and then rising up through a ramp up to the elevated wharf. And this highlights that +11 elevation that's coming around. Moving down to Castle Clinton, we have existing on the left and proposed on the right again. So here where there was an at-grade access between Castle Clinton and the National Park security area, Castle Clinton will now be low compared to the wharf. And we rise up from Castle Clinton through these ramps to the elevated wharf, which includes this whole area in this one location. And there are also more gently sloping pathways along that kind of encircle the horseshoe of Castle Clinton. Steps that once stepped down to the wharf we're replacing with planted areas with trees. So we introduced some shade onto the plaza, onto the wharf. And moving further down to the gardens, or we're calling this the Gardens of Remembrance area. This is more of a typical condition where we focus on the Gardens of Remembrance, which are right here. And then we also can see clearly the new slips, which we presented last time. So here existing is on the top and proposed is on the bottom. We, along the Bosque pathway, up at the top, we are not impacting the row of mature trees or the elevation of that Bosque pathway. But the Gardens of Remembrance are raised. So they're up at the +11 elevation. And the benches within the Gardens of Remembrance sit at the high point of the wharf. And then the wharf slopes at 2% or so down to the waterfront. We've introduced ramps on either side of the stairs for increased accessibility, and we've also widened the Gardens of Remembrance pathway. and introduced companion seats. The elevation of the Gardens of Remembrance is retained, that the elevated planting is retained by, we've flipped the granite backed bench that right now sits along the entire wharf frontage. We flipped it to the back. So now it's sitting along the Bosque and facing the Bosque. You can also see more clearly the slips here, which I have in an excellent view here. So this is the existing slip, is a single slip at the +6 elevation. Our 2 platform slip now is providing us the flexibility to be able to work with both tidal fluctuation and the sea level rise through the year 2100 and still provide accessible slopes to the vessels. This view is looking as if you're standing in the Gardens of Remembrance with the planting on either side. The Bosque pathway is low behind you. These benches are sitting at the at the high point, and you can see that the Gardens of Remembrance pathway is still a continuous pathway with ramps going down to the existing grade and accessing the existing grade below. We're also indicating here Stony Creek granite details that we're still working out, but as part of our goals, we're trying to reuse as many materials as possible that exist on site. So these are not yet refined, but we're wanting to indicate the reuse of the scroll pedestal with the light posts. This curb is actually a reused coping from the top of the granite backed bench. So a few things that are still very much in development, but a big priority of our design. And here you're standing back on the Bosque pathway looking up to the wharf. And you can see here the integration of that granite backed bench, which once sat on the front of the wharf. We've introduced companion seats as well as armrests for these. And again, details are still in development, but this is the concept. You can also see the 2 ramps flanking the stairs, and the stairs are hidden behind the planting here. This is a view from within the Bosque. The existing is here, and so you don't see the activity of the wharf because it's stepped down. In the proposed view, you can see the wharf, the granite backed bench with the planting behind. And then we have security, movable security fences that are part of the National Park Service security requirements for boarding the vessels. This is a condition that will exist only on the west part of the site at slips 3 and 4, where that security, where they're boarding for the Statue of Liberty, and this will not exist on the eastern part of the site. And this is just stepping a little bit further back to see that impact. Then moving down to the East Coast Memorial area of the site. This is a little more straightforward. Where once we stepped down from the East Coast Memorial down to the wharf, we'll be stepping up from the East Coast Memorial up to the wharf. And so we've just reversed this set of stairs. And we've also pulled a ramp closer to where it was here. We're pulling it closer and a little bit wider so that it's more accessible to that memorial. And here's the view to the Statue of Liberty. So that's still a clear view out to the statue, and you can see that there's no security fencing there. And just a note about the planting, which is also something that we've done a pretty thorough analysis of the design by Pete Udoff of the planting, and our goals with the planting design are to keep the general feel of the planting, but to update the design using some of the lessons learned through the maintenance workers at the Conservancy. and also ensure that there's flowers and blooming throughout the year. And I'll hand it over to Greg.
Yeah, thanks, Amy. Even though the primary purpose of this project is to reconstruct the wharf and raise the wharf as part of that process, our project is actually modeling the entire Battery Park drainage system. And we're looking at that, at the park's response to your typical storm events, as well as your severe events, and what climate change may mean to the park's drainage system as well. So we were mitigating those impacts by utilizing both green and gray stormwater management, and really looking at improving water quality and water quantity through that approach. Green infrastructure measures might be rain gardens within the Gardens of Remembrance. It might be porous pavements. We are still looking at that. And then our protection measures, our climate change measures we're looking at raising the outfalls and then putting tide gates on those outfalls as well. So our project timeline has remained intact since we last met in March. And as you can see, we are nearing the end of our 50% design milestone. Moving forward, the final design phase will take approximately 6 to 8 months as shown. And we are expecting construction to commence by the winter 2022 or 2023. And that's everything we have for you.
Thank you so much. A great presentation. So I'm going to open it up to the committee members for questions. I see Jeff Galloway.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I wanted to revisit something that I think I raised at the last meeting, and I think that maybe Will or Greg alluded to, and that is the 90% percentile projection that we're basing the design criteria on, as well as the 2100 year as opposed to 2050. As I understand, I think it was on your slide 20, it shows that Battery Park City is designing to 2050. Although they are also taking into account storm surge, and you're just dealing with daily inundation. You know, these design criteria, you know, small changes going from 2050 to 2100 or 90th percentile to 75th percentile have pretty significant impacts on your design criteria. I mean, for example, you get to 11 feet as the required elevation because you're projecting the a little bit more than 6 foot sea level rise based on the projections for 2011 in the 90th percentile. But if you're using 2050 and 75th percentile, you'd only be having 1.75 foot sea level rise. And then there are variations in between those numbers if you took 2100 at 75 or 2050 at 90. So obviously there was an initial design decision, some policy decision, I don't know if it was made at EDC or at what level it was made at, that the way to go was 2100 90 percentile, which means there's a 90% chance that it's going to be that we're not going to get that far. That's the maximum you're going to get. And you know, I can understand those are judgment calls to make. Do you design for the worst case scenario or reasonable worst case, the 90%? Do you look at 2100? Do you look at 2050? I mean, and that's taking into account the fact that these numbers that we're relying on here from the 2019 climate change panel report themselves are very, very significantly different from the numbers that were being projected just a few years before that. So, and all of those numbers, I'm sure you're familiar with the climate change report, those numbers have variations in their predictions themselves based on reductions in greenhouse gases, whether it's going to be, you know, significant reductions, not so significant reductions, business as usual, and you get all sorts of different numbers. And I'm not necessarily suggesting that I'm second guessing the discussion, but I'd be interested in the judgment calls because they make such big differences in the remediation. And maybe the Battery Wharf is the wrong example to work this, you know, to discuss this on, because whether it's 11 feet or 6 feet or 8 feet, aesthetically and for various other reasons doesn't make that much difference. But if you start talking about FIDI, whether it's 1.5 feet sea level rise you're designing for, or 6.5 feet sea level rise you're designing for, it may make a huge difference in the nature of the remediation. So just interested in your reaction on why 2100 90%, and is that going to be governing FIDI as well as the Battery Wharf?
I can start off answering your question, Jeff. Thank you for your question. So just to clarify, we are here tonight just to talk about the Battery Wharf project, but I can explain a little bit about the rationale between our project and a FIDI Seaport and BPCA South project. So our project is primarily, as you stated, looking to address sea level rise and rebuild the wharf. And we're looking to address sea level rise within the park. So the other measures that you see in pink and blue, they're really, at the back end of the park and looking to protect the area upland of the park. So that's really why they have a higher criteria. In terms of the projected timeline, that is approximately the life of the wharf. So we're trying to build a wharf that will be resilient for its design life. So we want to make sure that, at the time that this wharf has to be replaced around 2100, that it's still at an elevation that it won't be inundated. And the 90% is generally, most designs use for coastal resiliency look at using between 90 and 95% of the NPCC projections.
That makes sense. I understand what you're saying there. But Battery Park City is making resiliency changes that are much more substantial than just repairing a wharf, yet they're only taking their projections out to 2050. And so you referred to it as a stricter criteria. That's true in the sense that they're looking at the storm surge and not just daily inundation, but they're only looking at conditions in 2050. They are not designing for 2100. And so I'm curious why. I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying is 100 years on a wharf, and I haven't looked at the dollars and cents, but just kind of eyeballing it, it looks like what Battery Park City Authority is doing from a capital perspective is much more intensive than what you all are doing, yet they're only designing to 2050. I mean, should we be complaining to them that they really should be, building a wall not 18 feet high, but 30 feet high and designing to 2100, or who should we be complaining is not doing it the right way?
Just to add to another point of our design elevation, I think you hit on one of the rationales for our elevation in your question, and that is if we were to raise the wharf any higher, we would be seriously impacting not only the aesthetics, but the accessibility and much more of the park footprint. So
yeah, no, I'm not suggesting that it should be higher. And I understand that the park can withstand, or at least hopefully can withstand, a storm surge. And I understand the rationale for even if it floods during a storm surge, and that the storm surge barrier is further back. What I'm quibbling with is the storm surge that Battery Park City Authority is protecting for will only get us as far as 2050. Your inundation will get us as far as 2100. If you were designing according to their criteria of timeline of 2050, you wouldn't need to be at 11 feet. You'd need to be at I don't know, 2.5 feet lower than that. You wouldn't have to have the walkway elevated much above what the park currently is elevated at. And as I said before, I'm more concerned with what this may imply for FIDI than I am for the park, because whether the park is elevated, the wharf is elevated at 11 feet or at 8 feet or at 6 feet, yes, it affects some views, yes, it costs some money and so forth, but fundamentally, it's a relatively small design change differential. But when you start getting into places like FIDI, the difference between 75th percentile and 90th percentile, and the differences between 2100 and 2050 start to have potentially very drastic impacts on what option is selected. And I see its criteria and design to be determined on FIDI. And I don't want to hijack this discussion on the park itself. I appreciate that, but I just want to sort of plant a thought for when we get to FIDI that these design criteria could have a big impact on the options that you're considering.
Jeff, this is Jordan Salinger, Mayor's Office of Climate Resiliency. I think your questions are great. I think they are kind of hitting on some critical issues here. Just worth noting that the South Battery Park City project, the Coastal Resiliency Project, is consistent in its design standards with the BMCR project. That's the project in Two Bridges, as well as ESCR. Those are kind of their primary purpose as coastal protection projects. I do think that just saying that they are designing towards 2050 is true in some sense, just for the sea level rise component, but they are also building on top of significant protection from coastal storms. So to your point, it is a kind of a more serious intervention. It's also worth noting that the financial district and seaport project, which will be done in conjunction with this work, is looking at a standard that potentially goes even beyond that, because it's a kind of a brand new asset rather than remaking kind of an existing piece of land. We are contemplating looking at a standard that goes beyond that, simply because the design life may exceed that. We talked about the design life of a wharf. There might be a different standard when looking at kind of a land extension there. But just wanted to, I think the questions are good ones. Ultimately, what we're trying to do here is reduce risk in any form possible. And I think it's a question of trade-offs and what is and what isn't possible in certain locations.
Thank you. I think we'd like to be part of some of those discussions of the trade-offs, because, as you say, there are trade-offs that are. I'm not suggesting a particular answer, but but once you get to the design criteria, your options are limited on what your remediation can be. So.
Thanks a lot, Jeff. Those are good points, and I would love that we do receive the follow-up on that as things go forward, particularly on the FIDI Seaport. Richard Corman.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Alice. Just briefly, Jeff, I think maybe the concern should be over in Battery Park City, though I certainly get your purpose of having consistency across the rest of the city resiliency projects. My question may be just something that I've missed, and I apologize if I did. Could you just explain how storm surge is dealt with in regard to this project?
Greg, I'm gonna turn that one to you.
Yeah, so this project is obviously, as we said, it's a sea level rise protection project. We're reconstructing the wharf using sea level rise projections. But it's worth noting it ties into the conversation, the question we're discussing. Raising the wharf to elevation 11 provides a lot of immediate benefit today to storm surge, and protects to nearly the current day 100-year storm. So the protection, the immediate protection when this wharf project is completed is great. And then should sea level rise actually be as significant as the projections are, that will obviously go down over time. But yeah, the immediate benefit for coastal storm protection is very good.
And is there anything contemplated, down the road where as that storm surge protection diminishes?
We are definitely looking at making sure this project's adaptable in the event that these projections do come to light, where the wharf could potentially be raised even further, or other protection measures. But at the end of the day, the resiliency projects at the backside of the park, the 5-day project, the Battery Park City projects, would be there to protect Lower Manhattan.
Yeah, and just as everything that sort of to the point of what your design criteria is, I would just underscore the fact that everything seems to be going worse than earlier projections, not better, including mankind's ability to slow down greenhouse gas accumulation. So I think this is, I'm happy to see you're on the higher side than the lower. Thanks very much.
Yep.
Are there committee members or board members that have a question? Raise your hand here. I don't see anybody. Do I see anybody? No.
I can't raise my hand because I'm blocked.
Oh, well, welcome, Bob. Ask away. We hear you. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. I think that this is quite an interesting design, and I kind of like the kind of modesty of it. I think it makes some big changes, but at least the basis of comparison for me is the radical revisionism of the East River Park, which this isn't. This is a much more reasoned and balanced kind of wharf lifting along the coast, and it's backed up at the back end of the Battery Park. And so I think it's overall a pretty well thought through design for this. And I think that the design of the berm in the back actually kind of balances off some of the storm surge work that's in the Battery Park City Authority kind of areas. I was wondering about something I've been wondering for a long time, which is the importance of the HAT study. I've been concerned that a larger regional approach would be useful and necessary, and that harbor protection, river protection, regional protection, and strategies that include Hoboken and Jersey City up all the way up to Ossining, and of course Red Hook and all of Brooklyn, and then up the East River, and then even things that affect the Long Island Sound. So if the HAT study ever gets, what's the opinion about where the HAT study is? Is there an interest in such a thing being completed? And I'm concerned, for example, here we have the immediate juxtaposition of a storm surge interest versus almost a sea level rise interest. But I think it kind of works here. But I would like, is someone really thinking regionally or trying to? Is a first question.
I can answer that. A view of this administration and Mayor's Office of Climate Resiliency is that certainly that work should continue. We were frustrated when it paused under the prior administration. We have been working through Senator Schumer's office for that study to return. We think that it will answer a lot of questions, not just as it relates to the city, but to your point, regionally. Fundamentally, I think it's part of our overall strategy of redundancy and kind of understanding across scales, whether it's kind of at buildings, whether it's our infrastructure, whether it's projects like this, kind of coastal projects in Lower Manhattan. So we had been optimistic that a return of that work was coming, and we remain so, and so hopefully there's good news to share on that front sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I've been working on trying to get that revived for quite a while, and I'm in the fight too. So another kind of question about all this is a lot of the work we're doing is very Manhattan centric. And so we're spending a lot of intellectual effort and planning effort on what we're going to do from Montgomery Street around, even not getting up through Tribeca, but we're putting a lot of thinking into this part of Manhattan. Is the economics of this kind of worked into a 5-borough plan so that we actually, so what happens is often I get confronted by say council members from Brooklyn, and they say, you guys are getting all the effort, and I say, hell, I say, not much has happened here. We only have one actual project in where we have a shovel in the ground, and that's the ball field, and that's after years of discussing this stuff and many years after Sandy flooded us. So is there an economic plan for how we're going to protect Brooklyn and how we're going to protect Tribeca and how we're going to kind of move up the coast and worry about the Rockaways? Is all that in some comprehensive thing I don't know about?
So I think you raise a lot of good points. Certainly that is something that we've been hearing. I think part of the issue is certainly whenever there is a project in Lower Manhattan, it gets a lot of scrutiny, a lot of attention. Whenever there's an announcement, I think for better or worse, it does get a lot of attention. There are projects going on, some that have broken ground across the city. There's our partnership with the U.S. Army Corps projects in Queens, in Staten Island. Very serious kind of coastal protection projects. There's also an effort, Intro 1620, that the council is looking at for kind of a next phase of resiliency, kind of looking at the planning efforts across the city, kind of put under a post-Sandy lens. Unclear what happens with that bill, but there's certainly been some attention. I think the perspective of our office is certainly that there's work ongoing across the city, as I mentioned, kind of across a number of scales. And I think fundamentally one key point that maybe you can use in kind of defense to some people saying that there's too much attention to Lower Manhattan is that the way that the federal dollars flowed post Sandy, I think went to certain areas, but very little of it went at kind of neighborhoods south of the Brooklyn Bridge, and so I think the city has had to step in certain areas where there's risk. I think we stand behind all of these projects as kind of being crucial to the future of the city.
I'm really interested in 1620, so if we get a chance to learn about that, thank you so much for these answers and the chance to learn about all this. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other committee members, or I'm going to open it up to the public? Anybody? There, I don't see anybody. Catherine. Welcome, Catherine McVeigh. Gone. Catherine McVeigh Hughes, are you there? Are you going to speak? Maybe not. Okay, she put her hand down. Anyway, I have a couple of questions.
Alice, I see Catherine popped back up. Catherine, I'm just going to unmute you here quickly so we could find out if you're interested in speaking. Are you there, Catherine?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi. Thanks so much for a great presentation. A lot more information than the last one. Could you just go back to the slide where the security tent is for the ferries? are we really stuck with the ferries in that location, and then we're gonna have a review block by fence? It's like the most iconic view of Lower Manhattan for the, yeah. Or was it possibly going to be moving? It was the slide either before or after, which showed the view. I'm sorry, I don't remember the slide number. It went by really quick. It was the view from
It's page 44. It's page 44.
It had an ugly fence there.
Thank you, Richard. Yes.
Page 44.
You have to be able to do better than that. That one.
Yeah.
Horrible.
I have a problem with that fence somehow. I don't know if other people do. I think there's got to be a better way to figure out a solution for security.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'll jump in here. I'm Mike Bradley from Parks team on this project. So this is wrapped in several levels. I think many people know that the presence of the tent and the security screening is best described as a necessary evil, which was first set up after 9/11 and then recreated after it was damaged during Sandy. Our design anticipates the tent going back to where it is originally as the default. The design works just as well if the tent does not go back. And we fervently hope that the Park Service and others can find a way to handle the security screening for the Statue of Liberty without having to have that tent in that location.
I really hope we can all get on the same page to make that happen, what you suggest, Michael. And I suspect most of the people who are on this Zoom at 9:40 probably feel the same way.
Thanks so much, Catherine. That's exactly the point I was going to raise as my number one point. And with that, is there some update? As I know there was conversation about Pier A becoming the new ferry stop. Where are we at with that? Is that on the table at all and such?
I think I'll just jump in. There's a number of locations that are on the table for both an interim relocation while we're rebuilding the wharf and a permanent location, but don't have anything permanent to update on tonight.
Can the community be further involved in that conversation? Because I think it's a really important one. How do we go forward with that, and when will that decision be made, or and how will that decision be made?
I wish I had a clear process to report to you, Alice. It's a number of things. NPS is doing some studies. We're talking internally between EDC and Parks and BPCA. So there's a number of analyses and conversations going on.
And Alice, if I could add as well, I think, you're probably familiar with this, but Pier A has sort of complicated jurisdiction. It's leased from the city to Battery Park City Authority. They had the previous tenant there that obviously had some trouble. So that building is sort of encumbered by a couple of sort of sub-uses at this point. I would also say, in regard to the point that Jen made and that Michael made, I think it'd be really important to, I hate to turn your question around, but to also hear from the community board. There have been rumblings about Pier A. There have been rumblings about other sites. I think we would, be interested in hearing from the community board what your all's perspective is on, the key goals. I think, it's important to us that we keep this use at this site generally. But I think, we do have an opportunity here. That said, there's a lot of other folks that are you know, outside of the city family that do need to come to the table. So I think we'd be interested in hearing, you know, what the community board would recommend and what you all would like to see out of it.
Let me, excuse
we
me,
could-
add
oh.
add something to try to answer Alice's question, which was how can the community board be involved in the process? There are two things as Jennifer mentioned. One is that the tent needs to be moved at some point, either before the start of wharf reconstruction or during, so that the area where it is can be rebuilt. And the Park Service has engaged an engineering consultant to look at options for how to do security screening during construction. And that has just started. We don't have any more information than anyone else about what that might involve. Our construction plans are at the moment trying to be as flexible as possible to accommodate that. In terms of a potential permanent relocation, the answer is that that's really a decision of the federal government. The Park Service and the Department of Interior and the president and elected officials from New York State. So those are the people that need to be involved in that conversation.
Yeah, okay, that's good to know. Can I just ask, my understanding is Lori Price, you know, she's kind of our go-to gal at the Conservancy. Where is she at with this project? Has she seen your presentation, I assume? And my understanding is she's fully approved it. Is that correct? I assume she's not happy about this fencing either and would probably like to move things, but it would be helpful if you could just give us, I'm sorry, I didn't get to Lori, but I had heard from one of our colleagues that she was supportive, but is there anything else you'd like to tell us about your work with the Conservancy on this project?
Yeah, we actually walked the site with her and her gardening team on Friday morning. And then we did review this presentation with Lori ahead of tonight's presentation. I think she had a conflict that she wasn't able to attend, but she was generally supportive and has been, you know, willing to meet with us and review the design throughout the project. I think she's on the same page as you with in regards to the tent, but you know, we're all working to solve what we can.
Well, given that this is going in front of the Public Design Commission, is that correct, imminently? Then I assume perhaps it would be a good idea if our committee were to put forth a small resolution on this. Our committee members, does anyone have an objection to writing a resolution that identifies some of the questions we have and then pros and cons to provide to the Public Design Commission? Any thoughts on that from committee members?
I think that's a great idea, Alice. Oh, I'm sorry, Alice. I should wait.
No, no.
This is Wendy. There's probably somebody else who raised their hand.
No, no.
Is that okay? I actually keep thinking that the Coast Guard site, you know, there's a giant parking lot in back of the Coast Guard site, which I know that, you know, the Coast Guard site, they don't want to give up their space, but maybe they'd be willing to give up part of their parking lot during this construction. And is the construction of the wharf, I mean, from what I see, it doesn't bother the Coast Guard site, or did I not look at that quite right? You know, it kind of stops before the Coast Guard site and the Staten Island Ferry. Is that right?
That's right.
So is their parking lot going to fall into the water too? Or wouldn't you wouldn't know?
Yeah, their parking lot is not under the jurisdiction of this project, and
but do you think it's strong enough to put a tent on with, you know, temporary? I mean, is that another, you know, PRA is one possibility, but maybe the Coast Guard site is another possibility. I don't know. It's just every time I bring it up, they're like, we can't touch it. It's the feds. We can't touch it. It's the federal government. We can't touch it. It's the Coast Guard. But I just think, why not? Why can't we ask? You know?
Well, especially since we're talking about a national park that's using this to begin with. But I just wanted to say something about Pier A. I'm not expressing a view one way or the other, but back many years ago, there was a proposal to think about Pier A as Statue of Liberty, location, ferry location. And I'm pretty sure the community board passed a resolution strongly opposing that. I know certainly the Battery Park City Committee was against it. This was way back a long time ago. A lot of you all are members of the Waterfront and Parks Committee. I think that's probably where the discussion belongs in terms of what the community board is going to recommend on. I'm not on that committee. On a location, and like I said, I'm not saying one way or the other on Pier A, but there was a lot of community board opposition to it in the past.
Yeah, you had mentioned that at another meeting. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, I think that's many years ago, and I'm sure there are different views on that today, given what's happening here on the wharf. Well, I think the idea is to respond to this presentation at this committee with a resolution. It would be great if Parks gets to opine on this as well, that committee. But I think some of the points raised tonight should be included as terms of, the understanding of the points of reference for the level of sea level rise versus storm surge, and the elevations. The points here on the fencing, certainly I think the Public Design Commission would be interested to know. We're not very much in favor, it sounds like, or at least, I don't know, there's a little bit quiet from the committee. I personally am not in favor, and it sounds like neither is Wendy. I don't know if other people aren't.
I don't think anybody is. It looks
okay.
ugly.
All right, I think that the PDC should know it. I think they should know that we're interested in entertaining other places for this, tented security monstrosity that we all would prefer not to see there. And I don't know where it would go, but that's something I think the community board should spend some time on. And I think we already have, actually. We should probably, Diana, look back at what we have in fact stated on this and maybe refer to it in this resolution. Do other folks have other things they'd like to add to this resolution that again will be read by the Public Design Commissioners?
I actually had one other question. When they're ripping it down, is it all at once or is it done in phases? So is it like one half, and then you fix that and then you fix the other half, or does the whole thing get ripped down at once?
Yeah, that's a great question, Wendy. We're still evaluating how many phases that we're going to rebuild the wharf, but we do intend to maintain some wharf access for the ferries while another part of the wharf is being rebuilt. So for instance,
ferries, I'm assuming ferries and people can enjoy the the view. So at least it's going to be like half and half. It might be more than that.
That's right.
Okay.
We're our construction management team is busily looking at that right now and looking at what the best configuration would be, not only for the reconstruction of the wharf, but for some interim measures and what would work best for the public and the National Park Service operations.
Do you have an estimate on the timeline for the construction? Your timeline on the slides only goes through the design. It doesn't say what the construction timeline.
We do not have a construction schedule, a detailed construction schedule yet, but when we do have that, we will come back to you.
Are there any other in the worst case scenario where you have to keep these fences in some way, which are really, when you look at that view from Bosque Fountain, it's really quite extraordinary how bad they really are. Have you looked at other possible solutions to a barrier? Is this the only fencing that's being considered?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify one thing. So the analysis that Stantec has done, this is a good slide to show. They have really looked at ways that we can maximize the public access to the waterfront. And so you see this comparison between existing and proposed shows, right now the standoff zone kind of occupies the entire wharf up to the Gardens of Remembrance. And then the proposed configuration they've shown increases the width of the wharf to allow that public zone. So this has been done in coordination. You know, this design has been coordinated with National Park Service, and that is why you see this fencing in the renderings. But I think it's just important to note that our project is accommodating, making sure that the proper security screening, the proper security measures can happen on the wharf. But we are not building out the security measures as part of this project.
So so in the following drawing on page 44, what is it that, so the fence that's shown in your proposed drawing, I know it's actually the view from Bosque Fountain I'm looking for.
If we could clarify the extent of that compared to the entire.
That shot. Nope. No, you had it a minute ago and then you just left it. It says view from Bosque Fountain.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one. If you can leave that up, if you could just describe what part, if any, you're playing on this fence that we're looking at under proposed. And if that's not something.
That's the fencing that National Park Service has told us they would need to be installed in this configuration. But maybe, Will, I think you wanted to look at the overall plan to show the extensive.
Yeah, just clarify the portion of the entire project that extends to, because it's not all of it.
We also need to keep in mind that one of the reasons that the view is so different is the difference in elevation as a result of raising up that. It's actually that slide that got me going back and looking at what these projections were all about, because it does change the view significantly, and the fence certainly makes it worse, but the view is impacted with or without the fence.
To the existing versus proposed in plan, just for the Gardens of Remembrance. Yeah, so it's a little hard to understand this, but in the existing, there's no public circulation, and only people who are going to the ferries can use or in queues for the ferries up against the water, and then there's an empty area that the Park Service closes off completely. And they park their park police cars on the wharf to keep people from going in that area. What we're introducing here is that there'll be continuous circulation around the Esplanade, the wharf, in that area that where the cursor is, which is about 10 feet wide. Unfortunately, that means that the current operation that the Park Service has with French barriers has to be more robust, because they don't want people handing something to people who are in the queue. The other thing that's besides the change in elevation that isn't really reflected in the rendering is that although you see the fence in the rendering, you're not seeing the line of people on the other side of the fence, which will also be there and will block the view essentially from beyond.
Right. I don't want to belabor this particular point because it's 5 minutes before 10 or 3 minutes before 10. So I should just say, oh, I see one more hand up, Rosa Chang. I'm going to let that go. And then it's unclear whether the committee wants to write a resolution or not on the points that have been raised so far. But why don't we hear from Rosa, and then everyone be ready to make that decision. If we don't write a resolution, then it's fine that we can provide a comment letter to you all if that's going to be helpful. So committee members can vote on whether we are going to have a resolution or not, and then what would be included in it. Okay, Rosa, go ahead. Thanks. Oh, Rosa Chang, do you want to speak?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah,
Thanks.
so first of all, that fence is just absolutely atrocious, but I'll just leave it at that because I think we're all in agreement there. Secondly, I noticed that you took away some pedestrian access between the park, sort of directly towards Pier A. And Yes, where your cursor was. So where the darker green section is. Yes, right there. There used to be access, and I think that that is a well-traveled and used route. And so if there's a way to keep that access point, that would be great. And then I'm just also completely with Jeff. I'm lost as to why the elevations of protection that we're talking about between Battery Park City, the Battery, and Fidei Seaport are all different. I don't understand. Water is water, it levels off. I mean, I don't understand why the protection isn't consistent. That's it. Thank you.
Rosa, this is Wendy. This has come up over the years, and what's been explained over and over again is the park will flood when there's a storm surge or a Sandy event. That this is, it's not meant to, it's not the same. So somebody else is going to do a better job explaining it, but that this is designed to flood.
How long does it take to fix it and recover from the flood? I don't think it's actually designed to flood, like not well, not to bounce back.
Well, the alternative would be a much higher barrier. I'm not confused about that part of it. The barrier that is intended to protect Manhattan from storm surge is the one back, the 18-foot one back as part of the Battery Park City Authority plan. My comment was that was designed to 2050, and this is designed to 2100. And if the wharf were designed to 2050, it wouldn't need to be 11 feet. It would be shorter than that. But I understand all the comments that were made on that, including that it gives sort of temporary storm surge protection between now and whenever the sea level does actually rise.
Oh, okay, so it looks like all members have made comments. Do you want, as a committee, to offer up a resolution in identifying the 3 or 4 things that have been mentioned here tonight, and including Rosa's addition of keeping the access in the area that she noted on the north side of the site? A kind of clear understanding of the elevations of protection on the peninsula of Lower Manhattan, the obvious disdain for the fence and the security housing and such, the consideration of other places to move that as kind of an active pursuit on the part of the community working with the leadership of these agencies. Is that something people want to do or not? Can I get a show of, can I get any no's to that? You'd rather not do a resolution?
I would say, what's the difference here between a letter and a resolution in this front? Because I feel like there's less controversial issues. I mean, maybe
Diana, you want to clarify that particular point?
Yeah, I mean, they achieve a similar purpose in getting our comments to the Public Design Commission. It never hurts to do a vote if it's non-controversial, because it puts the actual votes of the members behind the resolution as opposed to a chairperson letter, which is technically, you know, from the chairperson.
Fair enough.
As an individual in representation of the board.
Okay, so we don't have anyone that doesn't want to do the resolution. So with that in mind, as what was the 4 or 5 points that have been stated tonight, to include as things to consider going forward, do we have a show of, do we have any?
I move that we do a resolution that includes that stuff.
Thank you. And
But Alice, could you just reiterate the 5 points?
well,
Sorry.
maybe Diana, I'll let you do that because you probably have the notes in front of you. I don't want to get them wrong, but I think I've just sent them 3 times. But to keep the access point at the north that Rosa just described, that the elevation of protections being different needs to be clarified around the entire peninsula of Lower Manhattan, that the fencing needs to be removed or rethought, that the area where the security is should be removed, the security tent, and that the community should be involved actively in looking at other potential sites for that security tent. I know, Bob, you had some points. I'm not exactly sure how that would get worded. Maybe Diana, you have notes on that.
I think on the elevation point, if you were trying to capture mine, my point was that when the design criteria for Fidei and Seaport is
Mhm.
being developed, that we should be involved in the discussion of the trade-offs that will end up determining the elevation, because I think
That's
as was discussed, there's a lot
good.
of factors that are
Yeah.
involved there.
Good one. Additional point.
And so my idea was that all of these different projects should be part of a larger regional plan. And we shouldn't have conflicts. It's the consistency that Rosa mentioned. Everything should be part of a regional plan, and everything should be, how they come together should be balanced out, and they should be in some kind of agreement.
Right. Lots of
And
similar.
so,
Yeah.
and when we come to a border, we should the two halves of the Chinese wall should meet, not miss each other. And so I think it's really important to be consistent.
All right.
And that from this
okay,
one, from this plan toward the, I always wondered how all this planning would get around the ferry building, for example. It's going to be really a challenge. But anyway, that's what I'm thinking, and that I've been working with lots of different officials and groups to get the HET study done and to actually have some regional information.
Well, we're just commenting here on the plans, the Battery Wharf plans for this resolution as we see them. So I think that's a separate resolution, but I think your first point is a good one. That, we sort of understand the bigger picture is an important one. I certainly accept that. So anybody else want to add anything to these? I think we're up to 5 or 6 points now. If we can get a second on that, we might all go to bed tonight before 11.
Second it.
I second that.
Okay, and do we have any objections to this resolution as we've reviewed it, albeit schematically? Any abstentions? So I'm assuming it's a yes, Diana, with unanimity.
And are there any recusals?
Yes, recusals.
Okay, then it's unanimous.
Well, I really want to thank everybody involved, all the committee members, Parks, CDC, Mayor's Office of Resiliency, all the team. Thanks very much for the presentation, for holding out, and for everyone involved tonight. And I think we can say good night and thank you again.
Yeah, thank you, Alice. I was going to say, thanks, Diana. This was a marathon.
As usual. Take care. Good night, all.
Thanks
Thank
all.
you.
That was
Everybody.
very good.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye now.
Bye.
Night.
Good night, everyone.